Good morning, everyone. Lovely to see you've all made it. I think last time I was in here, I was seeing a lot of people's legs kicking out New York. So I'm very impressed that you've arrived for a 9:30 start this morning. What a brilliant day we had yesterday. Let's have a recap, shall we?
Welcome to Co-op Congress.
Day one, that's a wrap. Here's some of the highlights.
I'm Richard Parker, I'm Mayor of the West Midlands, and it's fantastic to be here at the Co-operative Congress in Birmingham in 2026.
And that's a wrap.
Thank you so much. Brilliant, Amrit Singh and the social media team. Again, same today. We've got Jazz as well here on photography. So if you don't want to be on any videos or social media, do make yourself known to the team. But we would love you to share this from your accounts. We're not being noisy enough across our socials. Yesterday we talked about telling stories a lot. So this QR code, you can find us on Instagram, across our other socials, but do talk about what your experiences of Congress and share your stories. So something that we did this time last year is that we launched our individual supporter offer. So many of you here, in fact the majority of you here, are here with your co-op societies and organisations, but we've had requests for people to be able to join Co-operatives UK as member supporters, so that when they leave an organisation but they still want to keep in touch with the cooperative movement and everything that's going on, they can do that directly. So we've had a couple of people here for the first time this weekend that were able to come because they were here as individuals. So it is great for that purposes, and then obviously they get updates as well from all the different organisations. So to become an individual member supporter, you can't be an actual member, you can't vote at Co-operatives UK, so it is just a supporter membership. You can see the registrations team at the back to do that. Most of you here won't need it. It's more asking that you spread the word when people want to be, it's a couple of pounds a month, it's not much money at all. But I would like to welcome everybody that is joining us today. Since today we're going to look ahead to the future of work. We're going to look at local power and community energy. We're going to find out about what's going on in our high streets and places. And we're going to talk about cooperation amongst cooperatives, which was something that we talked about at last night's International Summit as well. But running alongside Congress today is our National Youth Summit, so it's brilliant to have our younger supporters with us in the room this morning. This is our 5th Youth Summit, sponsored by the Cooperative Bank, who we're grateful to, as it does allow us to continue this engagement with younger people, and we make sure that it's free and we're able to offer travel, bursaries and support and accommodation for those who want to attend, so it's really, really important and appreciated. And it's important, the Youth Summit, because the future of work of cooperatives cannot be something we talk about without young people in the room. That would be ridiculous. And so for the past couple of years, Co-operatives UK has had a youth advisory lead, many of whom are with us this weekend from the advisory group as well. So we thought it was important to start Congress today, and again, based on feedback from our youth advisory group, you'll find that the summit's integrated in, so that it's all part of the same programme. If people want to be able to come into Congress, they're absolutely more than welcome. But I'd just like to tell you a little bit about what we've been doing with the Youth Advisory Group, because many of you, like us, are really aware that our younger generations are really aligned to the values of cooperation, but don't really know what a co-op is and aren't really engaged in the sector, and it's something we are absolutely determined to crack. So I'm going to welcome to the stage now from our Youth Advisory Group, Victor Agbardine, who's going to update you on what the advisory group have been working on. Welcome to Victor.
Okay. Oh, this is a bit more nerve-wracking than I thought. But yeah, morning everyone. Thank you, Rose, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak here today. My name is Victor, and indeed, as Rose mentioned, I am, and I've been a member of the Cooperatives Youth Advisory Board, also known as the YAG, for nearly 2 years. A bit more about me. I am a student from Birmingham, and somehow keeps finding myself in spaces I never really imagined I'd be in. If you ask my 15-year-old self when I started all this, I would never believe I would be speaking at Congress today. I grew up in a city so full of brilliance. I mean, grew up in Birmingham, which I'm quite glad we have Congress here today. And I see oftentimes, I see a side of Birmingham that often some people don't see, where oftentimes your postcode can still be a deciding factor to your chances long before your potentials is even seen. And from my personal experience, I watch family, friends, neighbors navigate systems that are not really designed for them or designed with them in mind. And I realized that these inequalities is not just an abstract concept, but it's a timetable, a bus fare, a GP appointment you don't really get to attend. And these early experiences for me are what sort of cultivated this belief that the system can and needs to be changed. And I realized that co-ops can be a place to do that. Co-ops can be a place where we move from saying that the system is broken, saying that the system is unfair, to actually building alternatives, putting the power, putting the ownership, and voices back to the hands of the ordinary people, in my case, the young people specifically as well. And I will tell you a bit more about the YAG and this advisory group, which I think has been doing incredible things, no bias, of course. And for those that kind of don't know about the advisory group, we are made of young people from across the UK. They are my lovely members. And from different experiences, different backgrounds, different specialism, and some of us work in co-ops, and some of us are involved in community organizations, and some of us have come through youth work or youth activism, education, local projects. Absolutely fascinating, I find every meeting. But the main thing I always reflect on is that we're all here because we believe that young people have a role. They have a role to play in the future of cooperative movement. And the YAG was set up like in 2024 to advise the co-op, as well as working on projects and bridging that gap between young people and cooperatives. And today I really want to talk about young people and the pathways for them, not just as a side issue, not just as something that comes back, that we come back to when we have more time, when we have more funding, when we have more capacity, but something that sits right at the center of what this movement says and wants to achieve. And I feel quite strongly about this, and I think we know young people are growing up in quite difficult, uncertain times, and the data tells us this, right? And I can tell you from my own experience that too many young people feel invisible and disconnected. And they are struggling to access the spaces, the resources, the networks, the opportunities that help previous generations get on their feet. And it just takes one person, and I think we had such a nice discussion yesterday evening, but very much it just takes one person to believe in you, one person to give you the opportunity to very much change the trajectory of your life. And I think I'm a brilliant example where it just took that one youth worker for me when I was 15 years old, and that shy sort of quiet student at the back of the room to really believe in me. And that's why I'm here today. And I hope that maybe one of you can be that person for another young person in this room, as we do have the Youth Summit, indeed. But yeah, people in the late teens, people in their 20s, really do need a space to experiment, to learn, to socialize, to build. They need spaces created by them for them. And that's quite important because places they can relate to, places they can sort of try new things, they can experiment, they can fail in a comfortable way where a failure is not gonna be a detrimental thing for your life. But yeah, find the confidence and find a place that you belong in. I mean, I myself, I'm still working on my confidence, as you can probably tell by my shaking. But I say, yeah, I think this too often, these doors are being shut too early for young people. And I do think that we should be the ones throwing them open. We should be the ones offering those opportunities for young people. Now, I do realize this is not always easy. I do realize that everyone in this room is probably dealing with real pressures. But if we want to grow this economy, if we do want to open and reach and embrace new ideas, I do really believe that the cooperatives really needs to go out and build these spaces for young people. And yeah, I think we all know that sort of this story does really matter, right? And right now, young people have a lot of different complex needs, and they need things like affordable housing, they need democratic spaces, they need sort of that access to culture that oftentimes is sort of stripped away, the community, the education. I found it fascinating, the first session yesterday, which I really could relate to, especially as someone that grew up in Birmingham. Young people really need a future that feels accessible. And I think this should matter deeply to the cooperative movement. if we want to develop and grow this movement, I think it really does require for us to widen the entrance into this movement for young people, so that more young people can find their way and see that places like the Co-op movement is a space for themselves that they can belong in. And so that brings me to the charter, a project which the YAG has been working on for quite a few months. And over the past 6 months, the YAG has been working on the charter, which was designed to bring partners to the movement together and work to build something together for young people, with young people. And this charter is about setting out how young people need, what young people need specifically from the cooperative movement, and what the movement can do to support the young people, to participate, to lead, to build. It's not just about inviting young people, which I think is quite an easy way to go about this. It's about asking what needs to change so that young people can get involved. The charter is this document with the Co-operatives UK that will be published with the Co-operatives UK in the near future, and be co-designed by the Youth Advisory Group. And this sets out a series of recommendations and project proposals that will combine the YAG, Co-ops UK and members to work in specific issues, bringing together different resources, skills, information and knowledge to work towards creating better pathways. And pathways is a big keyword which we mention oftentimes at our meetings, because for young people to get into work, to start their lives, that is something that we really need to work on. And so these are sort of the key project proposals. Cheers. Deliver a peer-led mapping of the participation and experience of young people to cooperatives across the UK, led by young people. Co-design a practical toolkit or training often to support co-ops in engaging young people. Initiate a movement-wide education program working in schools and universities. The program would also provide sort of education for those that are outside of the school system, that are sort of outside without the access to mainstream education, to really be able to tap into already established networks of young people who have work experience at cooperatives. The last one is going to be around a pilot youth-led, cooperatively owned, democratically governed youth space that gives young people a real ownership and decision-making power and opportunities for participation. And so essentially the Charter's purpose is to work towards youth participation and improve access routes. And I think this idea of access routes, pathways, is going to be a key word, which we'll probably hear a lot at the Youth Summit as well, because the YAG really does feel strongly about this. And the Charter sets out a list of projects that are made at improving access, participation, leadership, right? Opportunities for young people. And we will be opening a call for members who would like to pilot or support this work. This idea is sort of that of a full map of what Co-ops UK memberships is doing, right? It's understanding what is working and what isn't working, and what collectively we can work towards creating better conditions, better doorways, better pathways for young people to get involved in the cooperative movement. And so I think if there is one thing that you take from this speech from me, is these questions that we want to ask, which is how do we make the cooperative movement more open, more visible, more tangible, and most importantly, more impactful for young people? And there are already sort of very exciting things happening, I would say. We can see young people getting involved in community leadership, creative spaces, climate action, housing, worker co-ops, and new forms of, sort of democratic businesses. And I find it really, really interesting having discussions with other members of the YAG and just how incredible things they're doing, right? And we can see young people looking for alternatives. we're not short of ideas and ambitions. We just need a space to actually cultivate it and translate our passions into actual work and future, right? And I really do hope that you can get involved. I do hope that you can support this work and support young people, most importantly. And so we are asking interested members to sign up at the reception, and we will be sending a mailer out after the event for an expression of interest. But I mean, final reflections for me, and this is like my third time being at Congress. With every Congress, with every summit, with every conversations I have with someone in this event who really believes as deeply as I do and feels the belief as strong as I do that actually young people are the future and we just need to give them the access. Co-Congress has sort of become this place for me where I recharge my conviction, per se, where I am reminded of my visions as a very passionate 15-year-old self, living all the way down in Erdington, that my vision is not unrealistic, that these passions I sort of have cultivated from my lived experiences can be done, and I really do believe that it can be done through the cooperative movement. And this sort of almost unrealistic, but felt unrealistic belief of mine is always shared by professionals, by activists, by young people I meet at every Congress, at every youth summit across the country. And so for our new faces of young people coming to Youth Summit, I'll be honest, I will say, take every opportunity you have from this event, because there are really a door that at least opened a lot of doors for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. Throw our doors open, that's the ask from Victor and the team. So I really want you to take that on board. What I thought Victor was going to say, but he's probably too polite, is that he has been here for 3 years and so has everybody else, and we're not progressing it. Everybody goes, yeah, we want to do this. And it's still not where we need it to be. Take that from Co-operatives UK as much as anyone else. So I'm absolutely determined that this is the year that we start creating those opportunities. We know obviously what's happened to Cooperative College and the role that Cooperatives UK would like to play going forward, but where are those opportunities for young people to find their way into the sector? It's really, really important that we just start acting on our faith and belief in young people. And we're really proud of the work of the Youth Advisory Group, and we've got a wonderful lead for youth, Louis Benet, and they are taking interest. They're going to be around. They're going to be around for the whole day, but if you want to, like say, provide your details at registration, and we're going to be talking about it shortly as well. So before we start the next panel, this is the opportunity now for those of you that are going to panels in different rooms to be able to leave. So anyone leaving the room can get to their sessions, either the Co-op Congress breakout or the first Youth Summit session. They're on the screen now. So we've got Cooperatives in the Future of Work in Affinity 2, in Meeting Room 4, Social Care Cooperatives in the UK, and the Youth Summit's going to be in Ashted. So if you can make your way across there, please. Right, those of you that are staying, if you can take your seats, and can we shut the doors again at the back now, please? Because I am now going to introduce all our guests, an incredible young woman herself, and your host for the next session. Can we put our hands together, please, for Amber Sandhu?
Hello everyone, can you hear me all right? I've got quite a loud voice anyway. Good morning. Before we start today's panel, could we just show a little bit of love to Victor, because Victor was fantastic. You were amazing. I was sat over there watching you, and I think a 15-year-old Victor would be very, very proud, so I couldn't get up here without showing you a bit of love, so thank you for all your words as well, and you're doing some brilliant work. Well, how are we, ladies and gents? Are we all right? How was day one of Congress? Was it okay? Well, welcome to day 2 of the Co-op Congress 2026, and welcome to the first panel of the day in this room. This is the Future of Work discussion. As Rose lovely, she just introduced me. My name is Amber Sandhu. I am a radio and TV presenter by day. I work for the BBC and Sky Sports News. Essentially, I feel like I just talk for a living, but I feel like I have the best job in the world. I absolutely love it. And also, the lovely people at Co-op got me for this panel. I found out something very exciting. I am still in the youth demographic, apparently. I'm going to share my age. Yeah, I know. I can believe it myself. I am 27, turning 28 next month. I know. I don't look it. Thank you. But I'm sharing that with you because I will tell you why I feel so connected to this panel. 2 people who would disagree and say that I'm definitely not part of that demographic are my 2 younger sisters. I've got 2 wonderful sisters, aged 20 and 15. I'm still yet to get that older sister cool status, even though I feel like my job's relatively cool. They don't think I'm the cool older sister. But I adore them. But am I worried about what the future looks like, whether they're going to get the opportunities that they want and get into the industries they want? Absolutely. So this is why I am so connected and I care so much about this panel specifically, but also the work that the cooperatives do as well. Victor touched on it really well, but we've seen the headlines. We've seen the high levels of youth unemployment. We've seen a record number of young people who are not in education, who are not in employment or any skills or training as well. So today's panel, we're going to be addressing that. We're going to be talking about it. We're going to be talking about the real issues and challenges that face young people. What can we do about it? And how do we make sure that we empower young people, that we champion them, we embrace them, and they don't get left behind, and they don't already feel defeated when they get to the age of 18. Does that sound okay? We're going to do about 45 minutes of questions with my wonderful 4 panellists, which I'm going to introduce in just a moment, and then I'm going to open up the floor because often I find the audience have the best questions. Should we do this then? Alrighty, well, we've already met her. Let's go from the right, CEO of Co-operatives. Please give a warm welcome to Rose Marley, everyone. Thank you, Rose, for being here. Our next panellist has come all the way from Dundee, so I feel like she deserves a big round of applause. She's a member of the Co-operative Youth Board. She's part of the Scottish Youth Parliament. She does so much. Please welcome Fatima Ishak. I feel like you have a bit of a fan club in here, Fatima. Louis already been mentioned today, but he's a youth lead at Co-operative UK. Give a round of applause to Louis Bernay. And last but not least, CEO of One Family. They are the UK's largest holder of the Child Trust Fund. CEO of One Family, Jim Islam. How are we, first of all? Because it's quite early on a Saturday morning. Have we had pastries? Have we had a coffee? We're feeling good?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Good, yeah.
Well, we've got 45 minutes or so with you until I open up the floor. I would love to go one by one, first of all, because I think this panel's so special because we've got so many different perspectives. You all do fantastic work, but very different. So one by one, just tell us, what does a day-to-day look like for you? What are your priorities? What are your expertise? I'll start with you, Rose. You're the big boss. You've got a lot of responsibilities.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am here. We should have had Sim with us today from the World Labour Organisation. And for those of you at the supper last night, sadly, she was not able to get on a flight because it was believed she didn't have the correct paperwork, which she did. Very frustrating, and also we're missing her here today on the panel, but also, as Debbie Robinson said last night, quite a sad indictment of our world at the moment. So I've got some slides to show from Simmel because the the International Labour Organisation, they are very concerned with labour and migration throughout the world, and they are very close to the cooperative movement through the ICA and are a representative body of the United Nations. And then we should have also had Andrew Pakes MP with us, who sadly he's poorly. He's been doing a lot of work within apprenticeships. So I will be representing their thoughts and ideas which they've shared with me today. But also myself, I founded a social enterprise called Sharp Futures in Manchester, which was in 2011, and that is a social enterprise to bring diverse young talent into creative, digital and tech. So we employ a lot of young people at Sharp Futures. After 15 years, I've just stepped off the board this year, but I'm still an ambassador for Sharp Futures, and we've had over 500 young people into those industries. So I've got a lot of experience and understanding about the challenges, both from an employer's point of view and from our young people ourselves.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rose. Fatima, thank you first of all for making the journey. We feel very grateful to have you on the panel. Tell us a little bit about what you do and all the different projects you're involved with.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you asked about day-to-day. I don't know where to start, to be honest. I think I'd say I'm quite early into my career. I started off doing an economics degree. I decided why on earth would I want to do an economics degree, and now I'm about to qualify as a social worker. I think my sort of day-to-day, I'm involved in a lot of sort of community work, community activism. I sit on the youth advisory group with Co-operatives, which I'm very much enjoying. And I'm really passionate about sort of involving people in communities, involving young people in the sort of design, delivery, structure of communities, and that's where a lot of my work centres around sort of youth participation, around community engagement, and involving really like challenging and redistributing power. So yeah, it's great to be here.
Fantastic. Louis, you are youth lead at Co-operatives UK. I guess you're our voice on the ground. You're really hearing what young people are saying. And I'm going to ask you about that a little bit later on. But what does your day-to-day look like?
Sure, yeah. So I've worked at Co-operatives UK for like a year now. A lot of it is sort of mapping. A lot of it's initiating work. It's obviously it's a new role, and yeah, it's great to have a dedicated role. A lot of it, so I work in the membership team, so I'm speaking with our members regularly, trying to understand what members are doing, what they're not doing, the gaps in that need filling essentially as well. Understanding what they're doing and then sort of working to link up what different people are doing, taking learnings from certain members, helping other members. We get quite a lot of inquiries about, the most common inquiry I think the membership team get is we're struggling to engage members, and a lot of that is about new members and more diverse range of members, and young people obviously a really important group of that. So a lot of it's mapping. Once the sort of key mapping has been done, and on the charter, that's one of the key projects. We're going to be looking to sort of initiate some more sort of direct action in bringing the movement together, and yeah, that's a lot of it.
Brilliant.
Day to day, I'm not entirely sure. It's just a lot of looking at a screen for 7 hours. But
no, but you are very busy. So no, we'll get into more of what you do as well. Jim, CEO of One Family. Everyone will have heard of the Child Trust Fund, but if they haven't heard of One Family, tell us a little bit about it and your role.
Yes, thank you. So I lead One Family. We are a financial mutual based in Brighton. If you ever visit Brighton, do give me a call. It's an organization that we call ourselves a modern dynamic mutual, and I mean every word of it. We are often referred to as a fintech mutual as well, and that reflects the culture of the organization. And the reason for that is that, as Amber said, we are the largest child trust fund provider. But just to give you some context, since September 2020, every 1 out of 4 young person who has turned 18 is our customer. So we have a 25% market share, and therefore a very unique insight into this generation, particular Gen Z. But as an organization, we also offer other products. Creating access is very important for us. We are very passionate about that. Our vision is to inspire better futures. And in order to do that, we think we need to create greater access for insurance and investments and savings products. And that's what we do. We offer life insurance products that we do through our Beagle Street brand, which is part of the One Family group. Don't ask me, ask my brand expert online. You need to have a dog. So Beagle Street is the brand name that we use. But we also offer investment solutions, lifetime ISA in particular, very relevant, and we'll talk more about it later, but also other investment products. So yeah, that's what sort of, in terms of other activities we do, we feel we need to give a campaigning voice, especially to the younger generation. And that's something that I'm very passionate about, and I do talk about it a lot.
Glad I'm sat next to Jim because he's the money man. Great. No, it is really great to have you all, and 4 very different perspectives as well. From what you've seen and your own work, what are the challenges that face young people then? Because you will have all seen different things, you will have heard different things. So I'm going to open that up to all of you. So whoever would like to go first, for you, what are the main priorities and what are the challenges for young people?
If it's helpful, I'll just give you Samel's context because she's got the global perspective on that. So could we show Samel's slides, please? So like I say, the International Labour Organisation, sadly she's not presenting herself, but she talks about the cooperative model and its relevance to young people. So this is, like I say, all of these figures are global statistics, but what barriers do young people face when entering the labour market? And you can see there on the journey, around what their education is in the first place to the opportunity of what kind of work there is in the different countries. But we'd all recognise those red icons in the middle, skills mismatch. That's really challenging in the current environment in terms of our academic curriculum is set up for a world that doesn't really exist now in a lot of areas. We know what's happening with AI, so the skills that are needed are rapidly evolving and changing. Academic provides brilliant foundation and understanding on subject matters, but the actual technical skills that you need to learn on the job is the next problem, the experience trap, because it's really difficult to then get that experience to apply that knowledge, foundational knowledge, to the workplace. And there's limited opportunities and networks available for young people and limited access to finance and productive assets. But shout out to One Family team and the Child Trust Fund generally, because that is where I've seen the education come through for young people. So yeah, the global market, youth unemployment rates at nearly 13%, which is, shocking and the highest it's ever been. And in some countries it's 3 to 4 times higher. There was a report out in the UK about our NEETs in the UK. So this 20% of those young people, 20% of their NEET, which stands for not in employment, education or training. But when that report came out in the UK, it's also missing something really important that we were talking about, the hidden youth, the young people that won't be on those figures because they've got a job in a bar or because they're at home and the parents are helping them out. So it's actually much worse than we're seeing in reality. Louis and I were talking about this statistic globally, like obviously cultures are different throughout the world. So you can see globally it's young women who are suffering, but the experience in the UK is equally as bad for young men as well. So the quality of work matters. There's a lot of quality challenges across the world. And again, in the UK, we can see that there many young people are in concentrated and low-paid and precarious jobs. The hospitality sector is where a lot of young people are getting trained. Something really frustrating in the UK at the moment, done with the right intent, is the government's intervention on workers' rights and employment levels for young people. So it now means that if you're 18, you will get paid the same as somebody who's experienced, and that's a real barrier. So even though the intent was there, that is a real challenge, that young people's entry levels have also now been squeezed even further. Let's say we've got this technical transformation. Our schools and education systems are not set up for the world that we're in. Our schools are based on an industrialised system from, 180 to 200 years ago now. If you think about everybody sitting in a row facing the same way and moving to a bell, that's a factory. Who works in factories, not the majority of the population. So we've got some real challenges with quality. And then there's the economic and demographic shifts, because this kind of affected by economic uncertainty, but climate transition, that's where we're going to see the most migrants coming through over the next decade. This is one slide I don't need to share with all of you. What is a cooperative? But why the cooperative model is relevant to young people. Again, I think it's fairly obvious to most people in the room, particularly around worker co-ops, when you have a voice that counts, and Victor's, made that point, feeling invisible. We don't feel invisible in a worker co-op, because you get those rights and say. I'm going to flick past that, because just so that everyone else gets a chance to talk. But, cooperatives do contribute to youth development, either in employment, entrepreneurship. This is something we really want to see more of in the UK, and we are talking to the UK government about if you are unemployed, what about being skilled up into learning how to start a community cooperative? Because you'd be gaining the skills from doing that rather than doing nothing. So there's a lot of opportunity in entrepreneurship there. Education, we all know cooperatives aren't on the curriculum, and that's something that needs addressing, and there's low awareness of that. Engagement, Louis is going to talk about how we're trying to put together a national engagement plan for cooperatives to provide young people as many opportunities as possible. We should have had a work experience with us for 2 days actually, but unfortunately she was unable to make it. But that's the kind of opportunity that we want to be able to offer as many opportunities to young people as possible. And then, like I say, this issue around equality, well, in our economic report, that gender gap in leadership of women is really clear. We've not got the figures across co-ops for young people, but it's something we're going to look at. Like I say, I'm just going to talk about a couple of the youth cooperatives in action, because as always, the UK has got a leading cooperative in this arena, which is Outlandish. So like I say, they're a worker cooperative, and they're funded by young technology professionals, and they develop digital platforms, websites and technology solutions. And I'm delighted to say that we'll be having a representative of Outlandish joining the Cooperatives UK board in July. So we're doing everything we can. Again, Louis will talk about it, but for example, the Youth Advisory Group are coming to the Cooperatives UK Strategy Days just to provide that experience. And there's some great models, in Moldova, the beekeeping cooperative, and in Turkey, the Youth Deal cooperative. But there's not many. And the other thing I'd say from last year, it's not about always creating cooperatives for young people, it's allowing opportunities for young people in all cooperatives is the bit that I do think we can crack. So what's holding young people back? Not themselves, really. It's all these other factors, whether it's limited access to capital and access to the market. So what can we do as a movement to enable and support that? And like I say, what needs to change is that education awareness, the enterprise support, and youth leadership and participation. So please be a part of that change that we want to see. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of an understanding about what's going on globally. I'd just add to that from the experience I have from Sharp Futures as well. There's a generational kind of lack of empathy, I'd say, between the generations at the moment, because we've all experienced really, really different entry into work. So you've got a lot of kind of older colleagues, you've not earned your stripes, where are you, what you doing? You need to work harder, that kind of rhetoric, whereas younger people, we've been telling our young people for so long that they won't have a job for life. Well, they're not looking for one. So, if somebody goes into an organisation and the organisation doesn't meet with their needs and their skills and actually their beliefs, this is where cooperatives have an opportunity to get the best talent. Young people, will not stay. There's real high turnovers of young people coming into the workplace, and I think that's really misunderstood. But again, if you look at the values of cooperation, it should be something we're trying to tackle, create that empathy and find a way for all generations to cooperate together to solve the issues that our young people are facing.
gutted that Sybil couldn't be here, but Rose, appreciate you going through those slides because I think that set a good foundation for what this conversation is all about. There was a slide on there, I think it was the second slide, which kind of gave you the timeline as to, you know, when a young person leaves school, but the kind of barriers along the way. I want to come to you, Fatima and Louis. Does that align, everything that Rose has just mentioned there and everything on that PowerPoint, does that align with what you're hearing and what young people are going through at the moment?
Yeah, I would say definitely. I was really struck to a point on that PowerPoint actually about the quality of work and about decent work mattering because, yeah, I think for myself, for a lot of young people, they find themselves in sort of lower paid jobs. I think just taking on anything to get the experience because without the experience, you know, there is no sort of opportunity and it's really hard getting your sort of foot in the market. But I've been drawn to a few sort of statistics recently. I think it was Young Minds that had reported that I think it was like 90% of young people are worrying about earning enough money to support themselves, and young people as young as 10 are worrying about the sort of cost of living. And I think, yeah, when we think about that, young people entering the workplace, one of the big issues I think about is young people's mental health as well. Sort of young people with a probable mental health condition, the sort of rates have been rising since I think about 2017, and it's been rising most notably in the sort of 17 to 19 age category, which we know is when young people are facing big transitions from school into employment, into university, apprenticeships, and yeah, I think the sort of issue is kind of twofold for me, right? I think, yeah, I think so many young people are struggling with their mental health and the system just isn't designed to support with that. I think, you know, we speak a lot about young people not in employment, education and training, as you mentioned earlier, but I think it was a Milburn review that found that actually young people experience mental health issues years before they actually left education and work and training. It's just that the system with, you know, how long our waiting lists are, they didn't get that support in time, and eventually it did get to that sort of crisis point where they weren't able to work. So I think for me the solutions are sort of twofold. It's like we need more investment in our mental health systems, we need better pathways for young people and informal pathways as well. I think for me and for a lot of my friends, those sort of informal pathways like sort of youth work, community development, like you mentioned me being in the Scottish Youth Parliament earlier, all these sort of opportunities are probably the ones that have been most impactful for me entering the workplace, and I think we need more of that for young people. And we also need, you know, beyond individual solutions, we also need that sort of systemic change, I suppose. We need more sort of investment in young people. We need sort of better quality work and conditions, which I guess is where the co-op model can really help as well. Yeah.
Louis, for you?
Just really to add to that, I think isolation, and when we're talking about mental health, isolation is one of the most important things there. Where we're talking about the intersection between young people and cooperatives and what cooperatives can offer young people and what young people can offer cooperatives, belonging is a massive thing. Yeah. Autonomy, ownership, and belonging for me are the three massive, really important things between the age of 18 and 24. Talk about the quality of work. There is a lack of work. I know we're not talking too much about AI today. There's been a lot of AI. Everyone is always talking about AI. But quality of work is degrading massively. And when we're talking about ownership, I think that's a really important thing. I'm not saying that the 80s was particularly good for employment. We all know that wasn't the case. But the rungs on the ladder up from, okay, I'm going to get a job, I'm going to work hard, and I'm going to get a house, it was much more likely, right? Buying a house is something that is almost unimaginable now. So people are craving ownership, and I think that's where cooperatives really come in, is imagine a parallel situation where there's a young person working for just a normal organization and there's a young person working for the cooperative. There's a dual benefit of them working for the cooperative. So in both situations, you're gaining a skill. So it might be like a digital agency, or you might be working in retail. But in the cooperative, you've got this sort of added thing on top where you're learning about democracy, you're learning about belonging, you're given responsibilities you might not be given, especially if you're in a flat ownership structure like a worker co-op. You're given these responsibilities that maybe you would never be given in another organization. And I think that's really the important thing, and that sort of does tie into mental health as well. We're talking about young people, we need to be empowering young people, that's a big buzzword, but a cooperative, it generally is a space where young people are given that environment to really sort of come into themselves.
Yeah. Jim, I have a question for you. just following on from what Fatima and Louis just said. Louis just said about kind of the prospect of buying a house and having those kind of financial goals. And Fatima spoke about the fact that people are thinking about, you know, the cost of living, how are they going to live from such a young age. How do we help and how do we empower young people financially when it feels like they've got this kind of burden, there's very limited opportunities? How do we empower them financially?
Yeah, absolutely, and indeed, we've done our own research, and the messages are absolutely consistent, and that's what we are hearing from young people. The challenges are around really cost of living, financial resilience, lack of social mobility, and the pace of change. As Justin Trudeau once said, the pace of change has never been this fast, yet it will never be this slow again. And that's what they are dealing with. But what we also find is this is a generation that is very enterprising. There is that entrepreneurial spirit in this generation. So we know from our own research that 57% have had a side hustle at some stage, right? Now, unfortunately, there's some underlying data which tells us that a third of them had to do it to make ends meet. But this is a generation that is really working hard. And what they don't need is fixing, they need backing. And this is where I think financial resilience and financial solutions are absolutely critical. So one of the great things about Child Trust Fund as a product was that it was offered to 6.3 million children who were born. And then at the age of 18, they would get a leg up. We've found and we've tracked how that money was used. So contrary to any sort of popular beliefs that, oh, they're probably not responsible, they are a very responsible generation. We've done our own research with teenagers, and you said, all right, if you get 5,000 at the age of 18, what are you going to do with it? 25% said they'll use it to pay for university costs. 36% said they'll put it into savings. 40% said they'll buy a car. But with £5,000, this is not a fancy car. We're talking about a car that they can use. And again, we see that when a child trust fund matures, these individuals are using it to pay for their first deposit into a house, buy a lifetime ISA. And it's a product where they can contribute and then they can use it to buy their first home. There's a 25% top-up that the government does as well. So that's a product that young people are using to buy their home. They're also using it for essential equipment, and that's also very important. So I think one of the things that has happened with Child Trust Fund is that it created a stake in the future. It allowed conversations around the table around long-term investing, and that's very important. And we see some of these habits emerge that I think there's a greater propensity to think long-term and to invest more in this generation. So having a financial product definitely does help. Now, clearly, what we should also keep in mind is that along with the ability to buy a first home, as they progress, the reality is that the safety nets that an individual used to have in the past, they are fraying. I talk about threadbare safety nets, and the reality is that fiscal challenges are such that individuals have to take greater responsibility for their own financial protection. And this is where financial resilience is very important. And this is where life insurance products come into play as well. So what we did was we actually went and acquired a life insurance company because we thought we needed to take that out and widen the access. Now, we could have taken ages to build it ourselves, but we thought, given the needs of the generation, we need to go and buy another life insurance provider, which was very digital. Because what we also know that this is a generation that wants to engage digitally. The language that we use to communicate is different. If you go to our website, if you look at our ads, you will genuinely feel the difference that, we are gearing our communication to the younger generation. So I think it's a combination of financial solutions, financial education, which combined together build the confidence that they need to succeed. And I think there has to be a greater focus on that.
Thank you, Jim. I'm also conscious that I don't want to make this completely negative because it's not all negative. because there are some brilliant schemes out there, including apprenticeships, a word that we hear a lot of. But we were speaking before we came on stage, weren't we, Rose, about the fact that there are so many brilliant apprenticeships, but the demand is so high because a lot of young people are deciding not to go to university for a number of reasons. A question for all the panel: why are apprenticeships such a powerful tool, and how valuable are they? So a question for all of you, perhaps Fatima as well, Louis, and to you as well, Rose. No, to you as well, Rose. Sorry, no, go on, yeah.
Well, the challenge we've got, and I'd like Louis to talk more about the work that Louis is doing around an apprenticeship idea that we've got. But, and I know you want to be positive, but there is a negative to apprenticeships, which there are not enough of them to meet the demand. So for the million university places that become available every year, there's about 600,000 apprenticeships in the UK, of which 50% of those are going to over 25-year-olds who are often already in the workplace. So shockingly, apprenticeships are now harder to get than getting into Oxbridge. So we've got so apprenticeships are brilliant, but we do need the government to look at and enable. I know, get some brilliant societies in the room, including our co-op, and the apprenticeship schemes they've had are really challenged by the new rules around apprenticeships. So they are brilliant, but there are not enough of them. But I will pass to Louis.
I'll talk a little bit about the things that we're sort of thinking about as a reaction to thinking about how we get young people when we create pathways for them to come into the cooperative movement. We have been looking at a sort of rotational apprenticeship, and we've talked a little bit about this at the retail conference as well. The idea of that, if you're not familiar with it, I think it's based from construction, but over a year, say X period, you would rotate 3 months, 3 months, 3 months, 3 months. So you might move from a digital agency like Outlandish. You might then go to a marketing department of our co-op. You might then go and help build a community share offer at a community energy organisation. And then the fourth one, I don't know, take a pick. It could be anyone. You could go and work at one family. The idea is that there's enough level of they're in so many different environments that a young person who doesn't really know what they want to do yet, they're really getting those experiences. They're really getting deep into these organizations that rely on different mindsets and people with energy, and they don't often have loads of resources, so that you're then providing the resources to these co-ops. But they're also learning so much from that. And so say like that one person might go, okay, I loved my bit in community energy, I want to go, that's going to be my career path. Or I loved working for one family, or I love working for... So it's kind of, it's got the breadth. We would obviously have to get it right about the breadth, but the idea is that you have a centralized body, so I don't know who that would be, maybe that we would work out a way that would be Co-operatives UK. And then we're sort of deploying young people to our members, because obviously there is the reality, we're not talking all positively as well, the reality is that co-ops aren't taking on young people because it takes a lot of resource, and it's a risk. You don't always get good things that come out of it, that's a reality. So we kind of need to mitigate those barriers, and there needs to be something that mitigates those barriers. So I think that what we've been talking about and what we're trying to develop, and that's kind of feeds into one of the education proposals on the charter, is this scheme that really supports young people, it supports our members, because they're diversifying their membership, which is a key thing that they ask for help with. And then it's also sort of, it's helping the movement grow, because we're doing a lot of outreach that isn't really done at the moment.
What are the alternatives then, Louis, in terms of, there are apprenticeships, you've spoken about how valuable the cooperatives are as well, of course. What are the alternatives in your opinion?
The alternatives to?
In terms of if apprenticeships that, from the report that I read a few weeks ago, young people applying for jobs, they're either not hearing back, or it's the age-old argument that we haven't got enough experience. So it's getting past that barrier. So what do you think the alternative is?
I guess there are lots of opportunities in the co-op space, but there's also, I think the slide deck, it touched on entrepreneurship, and I think that's a really interesting thing. As Fatima will know, I mean, we were at Bladegrave. The Bladegrave Trust is a fund that's moving to work into community development. They had their youth-led change day. There was about 150 young people that are really active. They're starting their own charities. They're starting their own community interest companies. But the co-op model is not something that it's never met them at any point. young people are doing things, they're organising, and they're taking over spaces and developing spaces, but there needs to be a sort of support mechanism for that. Yeah. So I guess people, like Jim was just talking about side hustles, which I always find is a really funny term, because it sounds ridiculous, it sounds like a slang, but obviously that is actually the official term. Young people are sort of doing things themselves because the things aren't there for them, and I think that's kind of an alternative, which I think there are lots of things that this movement can do to support. Yeah. Entrepreneurship is alive in the co-op space, and I think, especially if you're looking at young people taking over spaces, that's a massive thing. Like, I've got just some stats about the decimation of our third spaces, that since 2010, 1,243 youth centres have shut, 800 libraries, and MVT, MV Music Venues Properties are a member of ours, 35% of music venues have shut since 2010. So these third spaces that young people need to thrive, to grow, to be employed, to develop themselves, and to also have fun and learn about life, those spaces are rapidly declining. And I think there is this really exciting sort of alternative space where young people are collectively, which is kind of a big word here, they're collectively doing something together and building these spaces. And that's, for me, like, the most exciting part of my job, is seeing these young people sort of crop up, being like, we want to take over this community centre, we want to take over this music venue. So yeah, that's sort of...
I appreciate that a lot, Louis. I want to look ahead to the future of work in just a second, but Jim, take the finance hat off for a second and put your parent hat on, because have we got any parents in the room? Any parents? Stick your hand up for those parents. Oh, quite a few then. You're a parent to young adults, aren't you? What sort of advice are you giving them, and what sort of challenges are you seeing in your own children? Because I'm sure a lot of people in our audience are going to be able to relate to some of the things that you perhaps hear from them and what they're telling you.
Yeah. I think the kind of things that I would say is that I think with the fast-changing world, I mean, I'll put a positive aspect, and there is some data around it as well, but let's start off with the key message. I think one of the things I'm keen on is ensuring, financial education, and there is some progress being made on bringing it into the curriculum, but this is something that's not taught at school, has not been taught traditionally at school. So building that kind of understanding of financial products is important, because we like it or not, to solve a lot of these problems, we need assets backing them. And this is where finance comes in. If you want to train yourself, well, you need money for it, and therefore, if you have a product which enables you to do that, that's important. So I think money actually goes hand in hand with social mobility and social inclusion as well. And this is where I think mutuals and cooperatives can play a very important role. So that's something that I talk about in terms of building that financial education and financial confidence as well. One of the first things I did with my son, who's 20, is to get him to open a lifetime ISA so that he could save for his first home. The other thing I talk about is that traditionally, we have thought of in our a career pathway as job 1, job 2, job 3. I think in the future it will be career 1, career 2, career 3. Somebody who's in their 20s right now, they could be working until 2070s, 2080s. And through that time, they will have to retrain themselves into a new career. That's the nature of the world we are getting in. And to give you some positive aspects, I mean, we talked about side hustle. Actually, AI enables that. AI enables that solo entrepreneurship. And I think that democratization of business will happen on the back of it. So that's a positive aspect. And there's some other macro trends, and let's not ignore them. The reality is that the old order is not coming back. So countries will have to spend more on defense and cyber as well. That's opportunity. Countries will also have to spend in terms of progress towards net zero. That's also an opportunity. People are living longer. For the last 50 years, life expectancy has increased by 5 hours every day. That creates challenges. People living longer means we'll need social and health workers. That's also an area where we'll see growing demand. Infrastructure renewal is a key subject, and that is something countries will have to address. That creates engineering jobs. So there are a number of areas that we can actually see that there will be increased demand. The reality is that anybody who's in a primary school right now 65% or some figure like that will be in jobs that don't exist today. But I don't think anybody's saying that there will be a big reduction in jobs. It's just that there will be different kind of jobs. And this is where I think the need for agility, adaptability, flexibility, and continuous learning and training, that's my message. That's the world we're getting into.
Jim, you've teed me up quite nicely for my next question, which is kind of the future. And you mentioned about AI there, about jobs not existing. What do the next 5-10 years look like then when it comes to work, when it comes to opportunities? Louis mentioned AI, so did you, Jim, about it being a risk but also an opportunity. And in terms of that risk, it taking those kind of early career jobs that young people would be going for. So I'll come to you, Rose. What does the future look like?
That's the challenge, isn't it? Nobody is entirely sure. And, you know, there is the reality that automation takes out the low-skilled entry-level jobs, which is where young people find pathways. So that's what we're seeing at the moment in terms of the impact in AI. And the other challenge around AI is that the majority of AI, in fact all the AI development and a lot of our tech is owned by kind of exploitative, extractive organisations that are monopolising the space. So AI and its capability has an incredible potential, but not in the wrong hands. So I'd say the same again as we've been talking about a lot at Cooperatives UK, and we heard Jan talk about last night, like at what point are we going to start taking control of this as a movement? Because everybody's firefighting, and in the right now, are we going to be sat here in 5-10 years time, like again Debbie said last night, saying, oh, we missed that one. We're watching it happen. Now, if you add that to the fact of what Louis, and I'm sure our other young people will be testament to, they will be the ones that can build this and design this fairly and ethically if we give them ownership and control and a community to deliver it from. So there is a real opportunity. The huge problem in tech is that the way you fund tech is through venture capital predominantly. You have to sink so much money into it. So doing that from a cooperative model, asking members to invest in something that they don't know what it is yet, even if it was just a small membership subscription, like we don't know what it is, we don't know what it'll do, we don't know why we need it. That's quite a hard ask for anybody to take a punt on. But I think we've got to find you know, a way to solve it. So the future has a lot of opportunity, yes, a lot of challenge. But isn't this what the cooperative movement does and exists for? So where are the new pioneers? When you look at the video of the 28 pioneers, there's loads of young people in there. Like more, I think it's just under 50% of them were under the age of 25, the pioneers. So it's like when you said, Louis, we say words like empowerment, well, where is it? You know, where's those opportunities? You know, it's really risky, but, you know, where's the young people in your AI departments? Because they're going to come up with the ideas.
Yeah. What about for you, Fatima? What is the vision in terms of the next 5-10 years? And how do we make sure that, and I put it frankly, AI isn't taking all of the jobs that young people want to get into the industry in those early careers?
Yeah, if it's okay, I'm going to move a little bit away from AI, and I'm going to talk about sort of green skills and green careers, which I think is really important as well. I think as we've talked about, as we all know, I think young people, we aren't following that sort of traditional, that sort of stereotypical career path. You know, we aren't joining one organisation and staying there and climbing this sort of career ladder. I think for most young people, I think what's more important is that social impact. It's making a difference. It's having a voice, having influence. And I think we see this sort of emerging new sort of green careers and green opportunities. And I think it is a real opportunity. But I think right now we have a sort of green skills gap between across the UK, which I think is something, I think it's a really unique and a really exciting opportunity actually for young people to learn, to get involved with. And I know more sort of employers, more organisations, even more sort of universities are sort of clinging on to that. I think there was a report, I think by the Co-op Foundation, I think it was called I've got it written down, the Gen Zero report, which found that 73% of young people feel a sort of personal sense of responsibility to reach the net zero targets. So it's something young people are really interested about, but I think there is still this sort of stereotype about, you know, green careers being too niche, about not knowing what a green career is. I think if you asked me a year ago, I probably couldn't have even told you what a sort of a green career is or what that would look like. And I think particularly for young people from sort of underserved communities, I think they may not feel seen within that space. They, you know, there aren't any sort of role models, there aren't opportunities, there aren't any pathways. So I think that's a really unique opportunity both to provide both sort of formal and informal pathways to green careers, and to show young people that they are sort of capable, that it is possible, and that this is an area they can really sort of take leadership and ownership in. And again, I think that's where sort of co-ops are best placed to get involved and to support with that sort of democratic leadership.
Thank you, Fatima. Anything to add from your perspective at all, Louis?
Just to add to that as well, a shout out to Unity, which is our co-op in Octopus Energy. It's a joint venture. They have a volunteer platform not for young people, for everyone, because community energy relies quite heavily on volunteering initially. And 60% of the people that sign up or are put into placement in community energy are young people, 18 to 25. So there is that demand, and people are seeing that, and I think that's a really exciting, especially with the local power plan, which we're going to be talking about next. Well, I won't be, but there will be a panel next. There's definitely, and Fatima also has been working for the Co-op Foundation Green Opportunities Fund as well, which, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah.
You're a young grant maker, aren't you?
Yeah,
Fatima?
yeah,
So
yeah,
tell
yeah.
us a little bit about that and the
Yeah.
foundation.
So I've been working with the Co-op Foundation, with the Future Communities Collective, which is a group of young people basically sort of working directly alongside the Co-op Foundation and influencing decision-making around funding. So I think the Co-op Foundation, as part of their sort of youth participation strategy and the sort of general direction of change, they wanted to really involve young people in decision-making. So they thought, let's sort of delegate decision-making for a piece of funding. So I was involved with the Future Communities Fund, which was all about sort of supporting justice experienced young people, sort of reintegrating them back into the communities. But another fund I've been working on is the Green Opportunities Fund. Based on the findings of the report I mentioned, the Gen Zero report, I think it's called, we found that, you know, there is a real sort of gap in green skills and knowledge, but there's real sort of opportunity, and I think it is a real sort of area of priority. So we have quite a big pot of funding that we open for applications for organisations supporting young people to develop green skills, supporting young people sort of understand what a green career is and to develop sort of pathways into that. So whether it's like digital campaigns, whether it's you know, work experience or placement opportunities. I think this fund is really exciting because I think it will sort of open the doors for young people, and I think it will raise a lot more awareness, particularly in sort of underrepresented communities, about what a green career actually is and, you know, how accessible it is.
Thank you. I love doing panels like this, but as always, time flies. We barely touch the surface. But I do want to take this opportunity to open up the floor. So if there's any questions, if you've been thinking, if you've been noting anything down, just stick your hand up and tell us your name, your title, and if you've got a question directed to an individual or perhaps to the whole panel, that would be great. Oh, we've already got 2. Lovely. 3 even. Thank you. Yeah, just tell us your name and your title. Introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm from Suma Whole Foods. We're a worker co-op in Yorkshire. So much what the panel said resonated with me, so no time to go into all of that now. I guess a couple of points that struck me. So Suma's been going for nearly 50 years, and I want Suma to go for another 50 years. So this isn't just about what we need to do for young people. We need young people if our co-op's going to keep going. We need to really do that. Our demographic is skewing older, even though we have some younger members. So I just think that's something we need to bear in mind. One of the things I do is talk to some of the students from our local universities about Suma and the co-op model and all of that. And it's really striking that they've never heard of this stuff. They don't know anything about it. It is not part of their knowledge. So I guess my question for the panel is, what more can we do to make the co-op model something that people, young people, see as an option for some of these career paths that you've been talking about?
Thank you, Emily. Thanks for kicking us off. Who would like to take that one?
Shall I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Our own experience. So I think, first of all, I think it's important to point out that being a cooperative and mutual now is really a strength when it comes to recruitment. We have seen that. I think in particular post-COVID, we have seen a definite shift towards people preferring purpose-led organizations. And we have found that it's actually become easier for us to recruit young people. Or also it goes in with the whole employee value proposition, because they want to be part of a purpose-led organization, but also what else we do. So we've talked about mental health support, etc. So all of these things together. So I think we are already seeing that trend shifting, and I think that will carry on. But I agree we need to talk more about it. One of the things that I'm passionate about is talking about it with a unified voice. We use lots of various different terms in the country to define a mutual or cooperative. Well, there are 2 terms there for you, then building societies, friendly societies, and so on. So I think we need to come up with some sort of a single, easy to understand definition that people can relate to.
Thank you. And Rose, to you.
Yeah, just there is a little bit of hope. The government, the Department for Business are now looking to invest. It came out really strongly in the call for evidence that all of you inputted into, that this was one of the biggest issues outside of capital raising for cooperatives, was the lack of awareness in the education space. So they did a little trial with the growth companies across the UK to put some money into train. So when you go to start a business, it's not there, the business advice isn't there, it's not often even talked about as an opportunity. So they are looking to have a national programme of business support. That doesn't help Emily, like you say, with the bit where from, you know, school and into, you know, college and universities, that's not there. Now, Cooperative College, and I was just seeing if Izzy was still around from the Co-op Party, they did have a campaign to put co-ops on the curriculum, which we're hoping to pick up from the Cooperative College's kind of non-financial assets dissemination as they close down the charity. But the key thing really is, I find it really, and if you do go, there's one little win, if you do go on the government website now and look up different types of businesses, you do end up at our Co-operatives UK page with all that business support on there. But one of the things I find quite a challenge is that we shouldn't have to tell and teach. People should know what a cooperative is because they're in one and they feel one and they rely on one and the parents use one for support. So there's something about the culture of cooperatives in schools. You know, in schools, like when they're teaching business enterprise, they'll have a cake sale for charity, and we don't use it in schools to show, for example, you know, what are the challenges that you've got in a school and how can we work cooperatively to do that, and how can we trade against that. So I think it's not just about being on the curriculum, and Little Pioneers, our co-op, formerly Mid-Counties, do that brilliantly, you know, in the nursery schools where the 4-year-olds get to cooperatively decide what they're doing for the rest of the afternoon and get to decide what they're having for the lunch together. So I'd just say a big shout out to the fact that teaching it is one thing, living it, breathing it and making it part of our culture is the critical thing.
Thank you, Rose. And thank you for that question. Have we got another one? We've got, brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jane Charlesworth. Is it working?
Yes, it is now. Sorry, what was your name?
My name's Jane Charlesworth. So I work for Birmingham Friends of the Earth. I had actually quite a similar question to that, so I'll change tack a bit, which is that I'm wondering, like, in terms of co-ops recruiting young people for work experience or recruiting younger directors, so which is Birmingham Friends of the Earth just did a call for new directors and specifically tried to target younger people, and we've recruited some really great younger people to our board, which is amazing. What resources exist? Like, this is probably a question for the Co-ops UK folks. Is there like a directory that, say, Birmingham Friends of the Earth or other co-ops could sign up to say, hey, we take work experience placements for students or even school kids? Are there ways that we can sign up to specifically recruit younger people as directors to our co-ops?
Quick answer is not yet, but we are working on it. So if you go on our co-op directory, there is now a directory of the 7,000 co-ops across the UK by region, type and sector. And we've had a lot of request and demand for a kind of brokerage, almost like what people are looking for and what people can provide. So that's the next thing that the Digital First team are working on at Cooperatives UK. When I say not yet, there's not a digital version, but there's an amazing team at Cooperatives UK, many here this weekend, that will take that call and provide those opportunities. I don't know if, Louis, you want to say what we're doing?
Yeah, I guess so. Right now, we have a network of young people, and so we can obviously manually share that information, but the idea is that, yeah, brokerage, we're looking at hopefully getting a situation where people can advertise a position, a director position, a volunteer position, and then young people can come on that website and just come on our website and just find that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I think we had a question just at the front here, our final one for the panel, oh, and maybe one over there as well. Yeah, we'll get to you.
Hello? Yeah, good. Irene Kirkman from our co-op. I spent much of my career working on 14 to 19 education and vocational development, and it frustrates me that we still haven't got it right in this country. And clearly, the career pathways are changing very quickly. I was a bit alarmed by Rose's statistic that only, I think you said 50% of the use of apprenticeships go to older people. And that's because the government successively have allowed the apprenticeship levy to be hijacked, if you like, for continuing professional development of existing staff. My question is, do you think, Rose, or anyone else on the panel, if the government were to tweak that and put a limit on apprenticeship levy and say you've got to use it largely at the entry level, make the maximum age 30, that would leave employers in a bit of a bind in terms they'd have to find funding for their own internal CPD, but do you think that would help?
Oh, yeah, 100%. And, you know, if we had, you know, a government that was kind of aligned to that development thinking of young people, that would definitely help. One of the things that we were talking about, weren't we, earlier is something that we've been working on in Greater Manchester with our current mayor, Andy Burnham, which is around creating halls for apprentices. So it's called Our House. It's a co-op, a whole bunch of us, you know, Louis and young people working with employers and training providers. So, like, can we provide an opportunity for young people to be able to move out of the house and gain that experience in the same way that students can? But deliver, you know, taking on an apprenticeship. And that was where we started to find these figures and challenges around that. So, yeah, the levy does need an overhaul, because the thing is about the levy, like, a bunch of money's in the levy to get your money out of the levy. It's very expensive, and that money would be better used for different types of professional qualifications and CPD, but recognising what they are for and not putting them all under, like you said, the banner of an apprenticeships. And again, the rules have just changed, so you don't get as much funding now for young people to take on the apprenticeship. So all of that needs real consideration. And student loans, just outrageous, shocking. Don't even get me started.
I think more widely as well, nothing is incentivising organisations to take on young people, and I think that's the big thing. So Rose talked earlier about the minimum wage, and if you flatline the minimum wage, obviously there are parts of that that are positive, people are being paid more, but it doesn't incentivise an organisation to take on an 18-year-old if there's a 28-year-old going for the same job and the same pay. They're always going to go for the 28-year-old because they have more life experience, almost always. And I think that's, and so then I think there was a government policy to pay an organisation £1,000 to take on the younger person. And so, yeah, anything that incentivises people to take, it's very simple. If you incentivise an organisation to take on young people, they probably will take on young people. So I think, yeah, policy, like a suggestion like that probably definitely would make a big change.
Thank you for your question. Final one for today's panel is just in the corner there. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks so much. It's Debbie Williams from the National Members Council of the Co-op group. Really interesting, and I have just a couple of comments, I guess, but also a question for you all at the end. And it's that, so I come from a place of, I was a store manager for 25 years, so employed young people, made it, you know, a mission to employ young people and get them coming through. But it was quite hard with legislation and that side of things. But, and also a mum of 19-year-old and 24-year-old. And I see that where the, you know, cooperatives and the future of work, they're interdependent, aren't they? And we're answering and raising a lot of questions that we hear in loads, we probably hear them in lots of different sessions that we'd be in. So I agree with the, how to make it simple, that unified language, that language that's compelling and real and sort of speaks to young people, but also doesn't alienate those who have been in the cooperative movement for a long time. And that's something across the board that feels like we need to really address. And I guess, how do we do that as a collective? So what's the so what? And I'd love to know from the panel, what's the so what? If you could get everybody in this room to sign up and say, actually, this is what we're going to go back and do. This is what we're going to collectively maybe get behind. What would it be? What would you ask of this room, taking back to their individual co-ops?
That's a really good question to end with, so I'm going to come to all of you for that. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think we've said as Debbie, Louis is actively looking for people who want to contribute to pathways for young people, whatever that is, whether that's a work shadowing opportunity, whether it's a full apprenticeship or even a part of an apprenticeship where you might have seasonal work, for example, where you need to take people on for a small amount of time, and can we match that with other types of seasonal work in other sectors to provide a whole apprenticeship. So absolutely, we're looking, the call out, please see Louis, if you've got any ambition at all to help create pathways for young people, we want to collate all that together with the associated kind of funds and start offering those pathways.
Yeah, I would say, just to add to that, I think the pathways are so important, but I think don't just stop there. I think investing in young people's development throughout, I think, in support schemes and leadership programs and peer mentoring and peer sharing spaces. I think for young people entering the workplace, the challenges don't just stop there, right? Because when you're in a new role, like I've currently just started a new role, and there's the imposter syndrome, there's the feeling of uncertainty, there's the challenges of adapting to a new sort of working environment and all the challenges with that. So my sort of piece of reflection would be to think about how you could sort of more meaningfully engage and support with sort of your young people too.
Yeah, I guess it's just about working together and really actually doing that, starting conversations, starting member groups, having forums, and working out how we don't have to keep having this conversation every year, essentially. So yeah, I'd say that's the key thing.
And finally, from you, Jim.
Thanks. Just three things I would say very quickly. I think about building financial resilience. I mean, that's something that organizations should look at from their employees' perspective, how they can enable better financial resilience. Second is building confidence, and this is where I think organizations will have to spend more on training and development. One of the things that organizations will have to do far more than they ever did in terms of AI and everything is invest more in their people. And the third bit, which is very important, is the voice, the campaigning voice. We need to talk more about the needs of the younger generation and what solutions we can provide. I think it's not getting the focus that it should get amongst the various sort of political circles. So therefore, we need to shout out about it as well as a collective voice.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Debbie. And Rose, I can see, is there something that you wanted to touch on?
When you finished, I've got the details for what happens next.
Perfect. Well, thank you to everybody who's asked questions. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. And a big thank you to our panellists. Thank you, Rose, Fatima, Louis, and to Jim as well. Thank you very much. It's been a joy and a privilege to host this panel. I hope you've got something from it as well. Of course, all of our cooperative staff are around if you want to have a chat. Let's keep empowering young people. Let's take something positive from this as well, because the future can be bright as well, but we do need your help as well. So thank you very much. Over to you, Rose. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to yourself, Amber, because, if there was ever an example of some brilliant young people, we've got Amber, Louis and Fatima here, and I think they're fantastic, and the youth group. So, yeah, let's hear it for all our young people that are here with us today. Thank you. So we do break for refreshments now and networking in the exhibition space through the doors. You can see on the screen what's next, the local power plan, how the political climate has shifted, and what can we build instead as an interactive roundtable. We start back at 11:30. See you then. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That was great. Well done, everyone.
Okay, everyone, we're going to start the next session now, so welcome back. Our next session turns to local energy and community ownership. The recently announced local power plan creates a significant opportunity for communities to own and shape their own energy assets. And many of us know for co-ops this is a natural space: democratic ownership, local benefit, long-term resilience and practical climate action. So I'd like to hand over to Maeve Campbell, independent climate journalist, who will introduce the panel. Maeve, over to you.
Hello everyone, lovely to meet you. My name is Maeve. I am a climate journalist, as previously said. I'm independent. I work mainly for Channel 4 News during the week, and then I write for various papers as well. But I'm really pleased to be here today, specifically for this energy and power session, because I think that it's one of the most interesting kind of intersections that we're at right now, especially in the co-op movement, which I'm personally very passionate about. Obviously, we all know that we're living through a massive political shift in terms of how the UK thinks about power, both electrical and political. The government's local power plan, if you don't know already, has put a staggering £1 billion on the table, with the aim that by 2030, every single community in the UK or in the country, in England, should have the right to own its own clean energy assets. So if you're a community energy group, this will probably sound like kind of the promised land to you, because this is exactly what your USP is. But if you're one of the 6,000 non-energy co-ops across the UK, whether it's like a high street retail society, or you're a housing block, or you're a Whole Foods cooperative, you might be wondering kind of what does £1 billion have to do with us, which is what we're going to be talking about today. As you know, co-ops have an 82% 5-year survival rate, double the UK business average. So you guys survive where traditional businesses fail. And I think that's why it's so impressive overall. So today we're going to be talking about how we bridge the gap. And we're going to start with the national vision from Great British Energy, and then look at how, on a panel, we can scale this fairly across the country, especially in more deprived communities. And we'll learn from co-ops who are already doing it, and they're doing it well. So we're going to dive in first with our keynote, and then I'm going to have a panel with a group of experts. So I'd like to introduce to the stage our panel first. So please welcome, we have Nadia Smith, who's the Director of Community Energy London. Dr. Matthew Vickers, who's CEO of Community Energy England. Vicky Dunn, who's the founding member of Grimsby Community Energy. Fraser Stewart, who's head of local energy strategy at Great British Energy. This is a big panel. We've got Gareth Dowling. Gareth is the local government officer for the Co-operative Party. And last but not least, we have Scott Irwin, who is the member director at Green City Whole Foods. Thank you. So I've introduced you guys up now, but now you guys sit tight, and I'm going to introduce Fraser, if you can come up and give us your keynote. Thank you.
Happy days. Morning, everyone. Nice to see you, and thanks for having me this morning on a relatively sunny Birmingham day. I'm Fraser. I am the head of local energy strategy at GB Energy. So we've had some of the context set out helpfully by Maeve already. That we've had in February, the local power plan jointly published by GB Energy and the UK government, setting out the biggest investment, certainly from a government body in the UK, in history into local and community-owned energy, up to £1 billion to spend over the next 3.5 years. That translates, or the big ambition and target is to deliver 1,000 local and community-owned energy projects within that time, so that realistically every community across the country can own and benefit from these systems. When I come out and I do these presentations, which are always in Birmingham somehow, when I come out and do these presentations and speak with the sector, I get asked two main questions, inevitably every single time. The first of these questions is, where the fuck's the money? And the answer is, we're very much working on it. And over the next few months, towards the end of the summer, we'll have an awful lot more to announce and launch out to support the sector to start scaling up to those 1,000 projects. But the second question is then, what is GBE local? What are you set up to do? What are your priorities? And what is it that you're trying to achieve? So it's the second question that I'm going to focus on just for the next 5 or 6 minutes or so to try and clarify some of the priorities that we have and what we're working on. But rather than just hit you with information, I had this session framed to me as a keynote. So I want to hit you with a little bit of a provocation as well, especially those doing energy work among you. And that provocation is that GB Energy will not save us all. I'm going to come back to that in a few slides' time. So what are we? What are we set up to do? What are we trying to achieve? Well, it was set out in the local power plan, but we've put an awful lot more of the detail behind that now. So the ambition for GB Energy is to make it so that by 2030, all communities have the opportunity, the realistic opportunity, to own and benefit from local energy systems. Here we're talking about those local systems, local solar farms, rooftop solar projects, community-owned wind, those types of projects that every community in the UK realistically has the opportunity to own and benefit from those. So the big target is 1,000 projects. We've also got a big aim around reducing bills, particularly for community centres, for frontline services, for public services overall, but households at the end of that as well, who have faced the sharpest impacts of the energy crisis and volatile prices. We want to crowd in more capital into the sector, and now I don't mean big scary capital, I mean working through share offers, I mean working with social impact investors and pension funds to be that catalyst that means we're not just talking about 1,000 projects and then Treasury shuts up shop for us, we're talking about the first 1,000 and the next 1,000 and the next 1,000 after that. That shakes out, this is the boring bit, that shakes out at about 4 main roles that GB Energy in the local space intends to come in and play. The first of these is deploying investment, as we've already said, right? That's providing the grant funding, affordable and accessible finance, so where commercial lenders, where high street might be reticent because they think communities and councils are a bit risky as propositions, we want to step into that space. But also deploying equity, investing alongside community energy groups, alongside cooperatives, alongside other organisations to make projects happen in practice. There's then building capacity, because anyone who's ever tried to touch an energy project in this room will know that even for a relatively small and seemingly straightforward project, it's complicated and it takes time and it takes resource, especially when we get to those communities in areas of high deprivation who haven't benefited from this so far. It's not as easy as just, here's a bunch of money, go and do a project. So we want to put in place that infrastructure of capacity and capability support, linking up with existing providers and organisations. I'm looking at Energy for All, I'm looking at Co-ops UK, who provide an awful lot of that support in the round already, to make it so that developing projects is easy, is accessible, and that the support and the expertise that you need are available consistently right across the UK. We then have the most boring piece of all of this, which is standardising delivery, because doing bespoke one-off projects, individual council rooftops or individual community solar farms, while impactful and while all projects are important, it means having to repeat the process, it means having to spend lots of money on the consultancy advice that you need and all the extra bits and pieces that don't really scale with the scale of a project. So big developers pay these costs, small communities pay these costs. So we want to standardise as much of that as possible so that these are repeatable, linked into that capacity and capability support. The final is then recognising value, and for me, and this is a personal hat, as well as an organisational hat, is that we know that community-owned energy and locally owned energy, and I would say community-owned first in this case, carries enormous social and economic value to the places that build those projects, right? All of the profits, and we see the seeds of resentment already sown, and I don't think unfairly, about a transition that is playing out on the doorsteps of communities who can't afford to pay their energy bills. The value of community ownership of these assets is that you decide what then happens with the profits. It's democratic ownership to decide the direction of the next stage and the next stage after that. But it's also when you reduce bills for public services, for community hubs, for households directly, you improve health and all that good stuff that goes with it. That stuff doesn't fit on your typical commercial investment case. I would argue it doesn't fit particularly well in the Treasury Green Book analysis or whoever you need to justify money to, but it absolutely fits on ours. And this is a key part of the point, is we're not thinking about this as just a nice to have. We'll do 1,000 local and community energy projects because they look nice, because our boss gets a chance to go out onto a school somewhere with a fucking hard hat on and sing about how impactful this project is. It's about power, as Maeve outlined, I thought very helpfully. It's about power in more ways than one, about economic power as well as the energy side of it. It's thin end of the wedge against 15 plus years of public services being hollowed out, of community wealth being hollowed out while profits elsewhere continue to soar. Don't tell my boss I said the last bit. So that brings us to, I guess, four principles that guide the decision-making and the investments we intend to make. And like I say, end of this summer, you will have a significant amount more detail with the first investments already in train and the first programs already in design and very almost ready to go. But there are 4 principles that guide the work that we do. The first of these is scale and pace, right? 1,000 projects by 2030, that's 3.5 years. That is not an awful lot of time. So everything that we do has to be in service of scaling up as quickly as we can. And that gets power into the hands of communities and councils quicker as well. So that includes the point around standardisation that we talked about. It includes working with the existing sector, partnering with the existing sector, because we're not here to cannibalise, we're not here to send out GBE vans and do all the work on everyone's behalf. There's a thriving ecosystem, whether that's of cooperatives, community energy organisations, the intermediaries, like your Energy for Alls, like your Co-ops UK, and plenty others besides, some of whom are in the room as well. We want to work with them to help enable the work that they do, so that as far as possible, the benefit and the value all flows back directly into local places. The next is fairness. This is the just transition principle. So a big steer of the conversation today, I'm extremely glad to see it will focus on how do we do this stuff in areas that don't already have it, especially those places, areas of higher deprivation, less affluent, working class, marginalised communities. This is a big founding principle of what we're trying to achieve with the local power plan at GB Energy. And there are a few ways that we intend to achieve that. So with our capacity and capability support, that will be prioritised and targeted at areas that don't currently have local and community energy, especially those that are in high deprivation by various metrics. But we're also building just transition into our investment decision making. So when we put out the local power plan, we got lots of expressions of interest. Most of them, if you're in the room and you have one, most of them should have been responded to by now. If not, they will be in the next couple of weeks. But we got about 800 expressions of interest. How do you prioritise projects to legitimately say, right, this is why we've opted for this one? The just transition is a crucial mechanism within that prioritisation exercise to us. So here I'm talking about projects that are located first in those types of communities, projects which build wealth in those types of communities, so profits going back with a clear plan for reinvestment locally. But we're also talking about projects that help then tackle fuel poverty and help decarbonise homes and bring down bills for people who ultimately need it. That doesn't mean that we don't invest in the other projects. It's just a means of prioritisation so that we can absolutely get this into those communities as a priority. But there are a couple of other aspects to this just transition piece as well. The first of them is community wealth building. I don't know how many of you have read the local power plan in the room, but it was referenced, community wealth building. I don't know that it was referenced in the way that it actually exists in your Oldhams and in your Prestons and in your Lewises. That's something that we also take seriously on the local side. So where possible, when we're working with projects, we don't want to tell you who you have to go and partner with and which suppliers you have to use, but we're trying to build out partner networks and mechanisms that mean if you're a project in Birmingham, your project has a realistic prospect of getting built by a local company in Birmingham. That's the kind of the essence of what we'd like to do with it. The final point is then working in partnership with non-energy focused organisations, which I appreciate will be a lot of the organisations in this room and the 6,000 co-op members that Maeve referenced already. Whether that's as host sites with your local community, if you have a community hub, if you have a building, if you have a bit of land that would look really nice with solar on it, we want to work with you and help you get the community to a point that they can build that project directly. But also when it comes to delivering those share raises to make sure that the community owns the vast majority of that project, if not all of that project, that is critical partnership for us as well. So my emails are a bin fire at this moment in time, but if you're interested in what you're hearing through the sessions today, please do come and talk to me afterwards. We then have innovation. I'm not going to dwell on this, but innovation from the perspective that we want to find new models that work. We're not just going, right, rooftop solar and storage, that's really easy, let's do 1,000 of those. We want to find the new things that work, and we know that in the communities and in the cooperative sector, innovation is a key pillar of what happens there. So we're keen to find new models. We're not locking ourselves down into one way of doing. The final then, the most interesting one, and this is the last point before I close out, is ownership. So we have a priority, we have a presumption to explore community ownership on every investment and every project that we deliver. The reason for that, we've said it out already, you know it in the room I'm sure, is that community ownership pound for pound is a force multiplier of the social and economic value that then comes out of delivering projects, right? It's great if you've got a commercial development and they generate loads of money and you get a community benefit fund, maybe they've created a few jobs. When a community owns that asset, what then happens in that community, the building of cohesion, the reinvestment in stuff that matters, that's the stuff that matters personally and that matters to us as well. So that's a priority in the work that we're doing. Every scheme, every programme, every fund will have a presumption to explore community ownership within it. The second is then public sector, because actually reducing bills for frontline services we believe is a useful thing, especially when you have schools, colleges, hospitals really up against it, having to lay off staff because their energy bills have gone up 300% in the last couple of years. So where we can enable in that. and enabling the partnership between the two, right? Communities building with councils, building with schools, colleges, hospitals, blue light services, social housing, pulling that together, again, to maximise the localisation of that value. And then finally, we'll own some stuff. We won't own some stuff as a priority, but where it's catalytic. So if we can help to build something out where we're the owner and give you time to raise the share finance that you want to raise over maybe a couple of offers, a couple of periods, we can steward that project for you to let you sort of buy down over time. So where it's catalytic, GBE will take an ownership stake. There's an awful lot more. There's a veritable butcher's block that sits behind all of these, and you'll hear an awful lot more over the next couple of months about the specifics in terms of funds and things like that we've got coming out. I will share some gossip after the session, but you can't tell anyone else. But just to wrap us, the provocation from the start, GBE will not save us all. We are trying as quickly as we can, and we're confident and we're optimistic about the opportunity in front of us for the local and community-owned energy sector, especially at this kind of political moment, at this moment in the energy transition where it feels like everything's kind of passing us by, profits are up, affordability is way, way down. We are putting in place the architecture, we're putting in place the funds, we're putting in place the support that communities are likely to need, but we can't do it all ourselves. We don't have the resource, and I don't think Treasury would give us the resource to come out into every community and do the engagement that matters locally on local specific projects. We're not going to be able to come out and explain to your community, well, maybe we will, but to be the person that convenes a community to get a project moving. It takes everyone in this room, but in communities organising on the ground across the country. And I say that as someone who organises in a community in the northeast of Scotland. I know this is hard work, but we'll build the architecture, we will make it easy, but it's still going to take an awful lot to get us to that point of 1,000 projects, and then the next 1,000 and the next 1,000. But I would argue that the size of the prize is bigger than it's ever been. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fraser. That was such a very good, very thorough kind of beginning. I just wanted to start by saying that two of my favourite community energy projects that I personally know about are a disused brewery in Lewis covered in solar panels. Do you guys know about that one? It's a great one. And also in Bristol, they have the UK's biggest wind turbine, which everyone in the community all pitched together to basically build and buy this wind turbine. And now they make money from it because they sell the energy that they don't use back to the grid. So those are some kind of tangible examples that come to mind for me when I listen to this. Matthew, I'm going to start with you. We've spoken a bit about community energy projects that already exist, but how can the wider cooperative community in this room work with the community energy sector to seize this opportunity?
Okay. So, bit of an introduction from me about what Community Energy England is, who we are. There's Community Energy England, there's Scotland and Wales. So we have about 350 members right across England who are doing everything from generation, as Fraser talked about, retrofit, energy advice. And really what we're all about is, if you think about, it's been proved in other countries that we've got probably about 1% of our energy system is being driven by communities. In other Western economies, that can be well over 50%. So there's a huge opportunity about how we can do that. And when we think about the natural resources, natural renewable resources that are there, and the wealth and prosperity that Fraser was touching on they can create, that's the real opportunity. So what we're about at Community Energy England is how do we use that collective power that we've got with our members and practitioners so that we can shape policy and shape the system so it's better set up for community energy to be able to take advantage. Because at the moment we have an energy system, energy policy, energy regulation, the way it's planned, that wasn't geared for doing what we're trying to do now with community energy and with local energy. It wasn't set up to do this. So at Community Energy England, our focus is really on four things about how do we influence, how do we create the right policy and regulatory environment, how do we engage, so how do we get the general public, how do we get people more interested in community energy and aware that it's there as a viable option that's got all of these benefits we've been talking about. How do we enable, so how do we help the community energy schemes that are out there to grow and prosper. And then how do we thrive? How do we make sure that ongoing we've got a future-proofed community energy sector that really does have, whatever way the political winds blow, we've got opportunity. So coming to the point about where do we see working with the cooperative movement and what's that opportunity? I think as Fraser said, this is about GB Energy, what it's doing is necessary, but it's not sufficient. This is all about how do we then build a movement around all of this. And as we start to look at that around the, effectively, the more that we work together and the stronger we are together, the more impact that we can have on shaping some of those things around making the energy system work for community energy and work for these sorts of schemes.
And Matthew, if someone's sitting in the room and they're thinking, we don't know where to start, you know, how can working with somewhere like Community Energy England help them get off the ground with a project?
Well, we've got, because we're a kind of member and practitioner-led organisation, we've got huge amounts of collective expertise there. So we have all sorts of things, everything from kind of bulletin boards to webinars that we do, to some of that support that's around capacity, capability, etc. You know, we've absolutely got that there from, you know, that we can help out with.
Yeah.
A lot of that is that, how do you start? Where do you go?
Okay, that's great to know. And so Nadia and Vicky, I might come to you guys next because you're, that was Community Energy England, and you guys are from London, Nadia, and Grimsby. Vicky, tell us more about kind of the local power plan and how it will benefit your customers and your communities specifically. Nadia.
Thanks. Local power plan for us is a massive opportunity. But I think we're waiting to see what the details look like to see how much benefit it will actually deliver. London is a city with hundreds and thousands of buildings that are great for solar panels, for example. London is a city that sadly has some of the highest rates of fuel poverty across the whole of Europe also. So there's a lot of work to be done, and there's a lot of communities that both need the support but are also ready to deliver a lot of that work. For us, the question for the local power plan is really not so much how many projects can we deliver, but how many communities will be enabled with the capacity to come forward and deliver those projects. So I was really glad to hear what Fraser said in terms of GB Energy is not planning to be, you know, pulling in vans with branding in and delivering projects. It's actually about the fact that a lot of our community energy groups, a lot of the cooperative movement more widely, and I know that everyone sitting in the room today will understand this, has for a long time been very reliant on dedicated, driven volunteers who just do this because they care so much and they know what a difference it will make. But the question is not how many solar panels can we put out there, how many wind turbines can we get out there, and how many homes can we retrofit, but how many people can we enable to be in positions where they're not asked to give their time and give their efforts completely to a point that will just exhaust them. What support mechanisms are in place to help these people get projects off the ground, but also deliver them in a way that's sustainable for them and for their communities. And I think the main thing we'd like to see from the local power plan is actually about building capacity rather than delivering energy or power capacity. So, yeah, I'll hand over to Vicky.
Thank you. There are some other mics if anyone wants. Vicky, tell us about your perspective from Grimsby.
So I would very much echo everything that Nadia said, specifically in Grimsby, where we're at a period where we've got about 1 megawatt of solar across 15 community buildings, so we're cutting their bills, we're cutting their energy emissions, and it's the hospice, it's the YMCA, it's the engineering training centre, and those organisations would not have got the solar, they wouldn't have had the resource, they had the desire. So we now have 10 firm expressions of interest for new sites. There's a lot of schools in there, there's some community buildings, and we want to develop those. So with our own resource, working in the evening, working partly paid, partly as volunteers.
And how do you get that message out to the schools and to the places that are signing up? How are you spreading that awareness for people who might not know this is an option?
Some of it is spreading by words of mouth among the local community sector, and people are thinking, you've done that community centre, ours looks just similar, we'll get in touch. And some of it, the local council, very helpfully, that's why we got a lot of school inquiries, it went out on their newsletter with their stamp. So I think the support that GBE can potentially offer will make the difference between, do we pick 3 or 4 best projects in terms of financial return and say we'll do the bigger, the easier ones, but more support would enable us to look and say, well, the food bank one, it's a little one, it's a difficult roof, it's not so financially viable, but clearly by the nature of that building and organisation, if we can find a way, let's do it. And I think that that is what I hope support could make the difference to do more and to do the more socially impactful but financially less attractive ones.
Yeah. And just for both of you, one more question about, when we're talking about more disadvantaged communities, how can we kind of stop? Obviously, it's great that there's this 1 billion that exists and hopefully will be funneling down, but how can we kind of stop community energy from becoming something that only essentially is benefiting more kind of well-organised or affluent communities?
I think that's a really good question, because I think if we see a process of funding the capital and putting money into just financing projects and delivering projects, I think that does risk kind of reproducing the existing inequalities that we see. People know their communities the best, is what I would say. For example, in South East London, through South East London Community Energy, we have in the past year supported over 5,000 households to with fuel poverty and energy advice. That's saved them collectively over £1 million in just 1 year.
Wow.
But that doesn't look like an online application or a website that tells you what grant funding or what support is available. What it looks like is delivering energy advice in Spanish, in Bengali, in the languages of the communities that we work with, where we have got a deaf client, making sure that the advisor that works with them can support them in whatever needs they have. And more importantly, working with the local trusted community partners that they're already going to, because often people that have problems with energy issues have problems with other areas of their lives that are actually quite interconnected. So I think, especially when we talk about working with the cooperative movement as well, there's so many co-ops that are out there supporting people with housing issues, with health issues, and building the relationships with those trusted support partners is one of the core areas that can make sure deprived communities are reached through this process.
That kind of intersectional approach. Vic, did you want to add to that? No, that's fine. So I think, Scott, I'd love to come to you next. So I'm going round, I'm kind of popping round the semicircle. But it's important to come to you next in the flow of the discussion, I think, because you are at Green City Whole Foods, and you've been investing in your own energy for some time now. So you're kind of a case study, really, for everyone in this room. So I was wondering if you could tell us about it, the action you've taken, and kind of the lessons that you've learned.
Is that one? Yeah. So 10 years ago, we installed a 10 kilowatt system with solar. Is it?
Try another one.
Hello?
There we go. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry. 10 years ago, we installed a 10 kilowatt array of solar, and at that time, we managed to get some feed-in tariff as well. So that's basically, although the solar panels were more expensive then, the feed-in tariff mitigated that, and now we're making we get £1,500 every year back, and when our energy bills went up again, like after the Ukraine war, that we installed a 20 kilowatt system in our warehouse, and the return on investment was like 3.5, 4 years. So really fantastic. Anything under 10 years in terms of return on investment is a good sign. And we did get assistance from the Green Business Fund from Glasgow City Council, so that was really appreciated. And that's helped us be more resilient. And we've also installed charger points for electric vehicles. We've retrofitted all our lighting to LED, and again got some grant money for that. And yeah, that's helped us steer through really tricky times for trade in terms of profitability and employing people. So.
And what made it worthwhile for you commercially? Because if someone's sitting and thinking, this is quite a big upfront investment in the sense that, you know, hopefully they'll get some help from the local power plan, but it might not be all of it. What would you say to them in terms of the benefits that it's had for you commercially?
Well, we're fortunate that we own the property, but I would say even if you're in a position where you've got a long-term lease, then yeah, the price of electricity is crazy. There's a lot of profiteering going on within the energy companies, and yeah, the way to mitigate that is solar. I'm also a member of Spirit of Lanarkshire, which is a wind turbine co-op, Party Energy for All. So yeah, and that was I got a dividend from Green City, and then it was like, right, what am I going to do with it? I've spend it on records, what I usually do, but I invested it in there, and every year I get a £400 dividend, and it's a
no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer. It's really, really worthwhile.
Yeah, amazing. Thanks, Scott. Well, we'll come back to you maybe to hear a bit more. I'm just going to come to Gareth now, and we will get back to you again, Fraser. So Gareth, just in case anyone isn't aware, maybe can you just explain very briefly kind of how your party works and its relationship? So you're from the Cooperative Party, its relationship with the Labour Party. Not all Labour MPs are cooperative representatives, but a big chunk are. Is that right?
Yeah, so in Parliament we've got 42 Labour and cooperative members of Parliament. We probably have another 100 or two that are members of the party, not formally sitting as co-op, but supportive of what we're doing and working with us on some of these things, including community energy. But at a local government level also, we have over 1,200 councillors. We're represented on the majority of councils across Great Britain. So all of our co-op councillors are also Labour councillors as well. So it does give us a huge opportunity through the local power plan to support communities in delivering community energy. And that was something that was included in the very first announcements going back to 2023 about the £1 billion plan. And actually the councils can act as a catalyst to actually host and facilitate community groups coming together. Now obviously we've got examples on the panel and across the country where people have managed to do this more or less against the grain, but now with GB Energy, with the local power plan, with government support, with funding, and with hopefully a cohort of 1,200 plus co-op councils, we can actually support communities.
Amazing. And so in your view, kind of what are the biggest opportunities for collaboration with local government that, you know, you could tell the room?
Yeah, so, you know, like I say, we can be that facilitator, well, I say we, local government and local councils can be that facilitating body, you know, bringing people together, bringing communities together, even simple things like finding a room to, you know, to host an event in, for, you know, for Community Energy England and others to come and actually present to local communities and say, this would be great in this area, you know, identifying areas of deprivation that would most benefit from having a community energy project in their area, you know, and providing that free room hire, providing stats and data around the local areas. But also we've heard a lot around solar on rooftops and schools and so on. So obviously local authorities would for most areas would have a huge amount of public buildings that could be offered up for community energy projects. And as I say in Grimsby, lots of schools are saying, and I'm a school governor myself, you know, every penny counts. So if you can get solar on the panels there, money going back into the community through the schools and so on, there is so much opportunity to work with local authorities. And I think historically, perhaps, local authorities haven't been there. in terms of supporting community energy. And as I say, the groups on this panel and elsewhere, it's incredible that they've managed to get this far. Going against the grain over the last 10 or 15 years. Now we've got all that backing for government, public policy, ministers and so on, that actually this stuff, we can take these examples, we can show them to other areas and we can replicate them. And as Matthew says, huge number of case studies and toolkits that they have available. And that's what we're looking to do through the Cooperative Party, bringing along our, as I say, 1,200 plus councillors to actually deliver this in communities. Because that's what cooperative councils are about, is working with the community rather than doing it to the community.
Yeah, on the ground. Thank you. And Fraser, I'm going to come back to you, because it sounds like from what everyone's saying in the panel, there's a lot of support, there's a lot of enabling, kind of all these words. It sounds great, but what a lot of people are saying is kind of like, where's the money? Or when is the money? How are they going to get access to the money? So, what's the single kind of biggest obstacle for you in government in terms of hitting the 2030 vision?
Well, first, I'm not in government.
Not personally.
And so extrapolate what you think my biggest hurdle is at this moment in time. But in terms of achieving that timeline, so we know that there's lots of policy and regulatory stuff that sits around all of this, right? There's challenges with the grid, there's challenges with planning, there's challenges politically with councils changing colours and all that stuff as well. Our view internally, at least, is playing the hand that we're dealt. So for us, we're confident that we can get the money out the door to the people and to the organisations that need it and who are best placed, as Nadia says, who know their areas, who are best placed to bring communities together and build the projects that ultimately matter. But actually, it's a much bigger opportunity than that, right? There are great organisations that already exist in these areas, albeit without the appropriate support, and as Gareth says, against the grain, in spite of a challenging environment. So for us, I think the big challenge is enabling those organisations. That's probably the easier bit, and it's not easy. We're well aware it's not easy. But it's getting into those new and different communities who haven't taken the first steps yet. So this speaks partly to the capacity and capability programme, which has come up a few times. We're in the stage of kind of early design, ready to come out and work with the sector to shape exactly what the best version of it looks like. But it takes, in our minds at least, it takes two strands. The first is awareness of the opportunity, right? If you're someone, like Thornton Park in Forfar, right, the council estate that I grew up on, you're not thinking about energy other than, do I have money for my bill? You're not necessarily thinking, can I then get involved in a community energy project or invest in a local, I'm sure people find this all the time. So there's partly an awareness piece, which starts with working with the existing organisations who do this in their communities, who are trusted already in practice. But raising awareness so that communities can take the first step, so that new and different communities can come forward and benefit. And that's solar in cities, but it's also wind turbines in small new towns in Scotland as well, who maybe have a bit of land that could take a wind turbine. It's shared ownership as well. In Scotland, slightly different scenario, although I dare say you'll see it now that the planning restrictions have been lifted around wind in England. You'll see more wind farms getting built. In Scotland, you watch wind farms being built all the time, and you look at your electricity meter and you think, what the fuck is
it's
going
not
on
affecting
here?
it.
Can we have an ownership stake in those as well as building our own projects? That's the other route in.
Okay.
But it starts with awareness of the opportunity and providing that direct support with trusted partners on the ground who can realise the opportunity.
Thank you. That's actually very clear. So I'm just going to say, I'm going to come to you guys in just a couple of minutes, really. So think of your questions. We've got a roving mic, and we'll come round to you if you want to share a reflection or a question. I'll come to you in just a few minutes. Just before I do, I just wanted to go back, especially to the people kind of on the ground, the people in the specific communities, but Matthew, also to you, just to talk about whether you have any specific obstacles you can kind of name that you managed to get through, any hurdles that you've overcome, which could be useful for other people before they begin their own journey.
Where do I start? Okay. I think if you're a cooperative and you're looking at your energy bill and you're thinking, how on earth are we going to pay this? The first thing I would think about is, how do I reduce the amount of energy that I use? And then second thing I would think about is how do I get cheaper energy? Now those can be very technical and complex areas. So just have a quick Google and see, is there anyone who's an expert on this in your area? i.e., is there a community energy group already in your area? Can I ask a quick question to everyone here? Who has ever spoken to someone from a community energy group before? Brilliant. We are in a room of movers and innovators. So what you've probably found is people are very happy to have a chat, very happy to give their time to figure out how can we help support this. So I would say there's lots of support networks out there. The ones that are most useful are when people talk to each other. So Community Energy England has Lumio, which is an online platform. We just drop our questions in there, no matter how random they are, and somewhere in the country, someone will pop up with an answer about how they've done it. There's also the Energy Learning Network, which offers one-to-one kind of peer mentoring. I've mentored people through that network. Lots of other groups have had mentoring through that network as well. But I would say the main thing, and Fraser touched on this earlier, is actually outside of this space, very few people have heard of the concept of community energy at all. And I think people forget how connected energy is to every other part of our lives. Especially since COVID, we've seen many more families, many more individuals fall into fuel poverty. We've seen many organizations struggling to pay their energy bills, especially small non-profits and cooperatives. And the question here is not so much how do we solve the energy crisis or the energy issue. The question is how do we help people and organizations that are already doing good work, that are already dealing with issues at the level where they're already at. So I think for me that is the answer, that actually we need to stop talking to each other within the energy sector, and we need to start spreading and talking to other sectors. One of my main bugbears recently has been dealing with local authorities that are understaffed, that have a lack of knowledge, that have a lack of understanding about how energy projects work. But what I'm realizing is actually the way to crack this, and the local authorities that have cracked this have had messages from leadership higher up saying, do you know what? Fuel poverty is actually a priority for us. Climate change is actually a priority for us. Then suddenly, the legal team starts to understand what's happening. The people that are responsible for procurement start to understand what's happening, start caring about social impact when they procure, and everything kind of falls into place.
Thank you, Nadia. Vicky, any obstacles or hurdles you'd like to share from Grimsby?
I completely agree with your experience and points made. We have managed to increase our membership and get younger ones and get some young people on our board. And even when the Wi-Fi went down and the members who were online at the AGM were suddenly not there, we remained covert. Could have been an absolute disaster, but we've done this by doing student placements. We're fortunate now to have an office. We're in 2-3 days a week, the team together. And number 25 will be taking his or her seat very soon. So we've worked with the local sixth form, both from their business T-level course and from the Eco Club, via one of our directors who's a teacher at the college. We also work with the Tech Partnership, and we've had some T-level students there, and also some university-level business and accounting. So we've had a range. Some of them take a great deal of work, And some of them pick it up and our social media posts are full. They're all scheduled, the bookkeeping's done, a blog has been written for the website and some pictures taken and some forms from, you know, some data has been entered.
So integrating young people's really helped in your community?
Which frees up the other members of the team to do more advanced work, because we've got students doing the basics. So it's been really positive for us. It isn't easy to sit and supervise somebody and put the hours in until they can work independently. But when they do, it's an absolute joy. And having a couple of members on the board who are former students and seeing that, you know, our AGM remained current even when the Wi-Fi went down, because we had 4 or 5 students who are now members. So just wanted to tell people about that.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm going to come to you guys now, and maybe everyone, I mean, you can decide if you would like to address your question to someone in particular, or we can choose depending on maybe who's kind of best equipped. But who has a question? I'm going to encourage people to be brave. Thank you. Great, yeah. Just in the middle.
Hi, yeah, I'd like to mention, I don't know, something might be a dirty word in community energy, that's data centres. There's a massive growth in that industry. There's large amounts of investment pouring into that sector. Data centres are actually really efficient converters of electrical energy into heat. And I'm just wondering if there's a place in your vision for small, community-based data centres to be part of your model, so they could be an anchor customer, making sure that they're consuming energy 24/7, but they're also potentially supplying heat into a local community heat network or something like that. I just wonder if it's something that people are considering.
It's a great question. Matthew, do you have a view on that, or should we go to Fraser?
It's probably more for Fraser, but I mean, what I would say, or agree, the heat is something that's going to be a really important part of transition, and communities have a huge role to play in heat, whether that's through retrofit advice or these sorts of things that you talk about, heat networks and so on, big opportunity.
Yeah, definitely aware of it. It's been something that's been mooted around the UK for a good while, not just data centres, but other sort of similar profiled industrial users. And I think I don't think it's a bad idea by any stretch. The challenge is we haven't demonstrated it yet in the UK. So where we said earlier in the presentation, where there's an innovation role, then it's absolutely something that could be interesting, provided there's community ownership and provided it serves households directly and it meets all the other objectives. One of the, I guess, the longer term plays that we want to make is we start with the stuff that we know that works just now, that communities are coming to us, that Grimsby's are coming to us with and saying, look, we've got projects, can you please fucking hurry up? But the moving forward into systems that join up those assets locally, so exactly that kind of thing where you have a big centre that can channel heat into a local community, but also where you have community-owned generation supplying directly to homes and to schools, and providing benefits to the network as well. All of this is part of the longer term vision. That was an extremely waffly way of saying yes, absolutely. It's a bit beyond our reach at this moment, but we'd be interested.
Nadia?
As a community energy practitioner, and on behalf of all the community energy groups in London, we would love to work with data centres. We would love to. That reason is because data centres and any high energy user provides a really sustainable site for us to work with, financially very reliable. The income from that would free up a lot of capacity to be delivered back into the projects that aren't financially lucrative but are massively socially impactful, right? The problem that we have at the moment is community energy isn't factored into local power planning, local energy planning, as much as I would like it to be. Data centers and heat recovery from data centers, we have seen some pilot projects. We have seen Transport for London working on waste heat recovery from the tube stations. Brilliant idea, fantastic. Where are communities in those projects? They're just sidelined, they're not involved. The reason is the tendering processes, the procurement processes are set up for businesses. They're not set up for community organisations or for community groups. So my ask here is that any local authorities, any energy planning teams actually do factor in that community energy groups and communities have a core role to play in projects like these that are large-scale projects, that are sustainable projects for communities. But that needs to happen in the early stages of the planning. It needs to be embedded in local authority delivery and procurement processes especially. You know, we've missed out on loads of tender prospects for local authorities because they just don't factor in social impact when it comes to evaluating tenders. All they factor in is cost, how much insurance have you got, and what do the warranties look like.
So it's a wider question really across councils and across the UK, kind of call to action on that. Thanks, Nadia. Does anyone else have a question? Yeah, just at the back here. Yeah. Sorry, in the middle.
Hi, my name's Saskia. I'm organising a talk for Community Energy Go, which is a support programme for newly forming community energy groups as part of Community Energy Fortnight. So first of all, question to everyone in the room who isn't involved in community energy, please come and find me, because I want to know what would be the useful questions, say after a session like this, that you've got that we should be addressing. But my question to the panel is, absolutely, we need to be raising awareness. What's the thing that you think we could be doing to help reach out beyond our green bubble?
Who would like to go for that one? Yeah, Gareth?
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. Just on the very last point around procurement, because Fraser mentioned around community wealth building, the local power plan, and that's exactly what we need to start doing, that there is some point scoring to ensure that local energy and community energy is prioritised. But it follows on into that point as well, and if you follow any of the Cooperative Party social media channels, you'll see that we do an awful lot of visits and we go and showcase cooperatives, we go and showcase community centres, community projects and community energy projects, fan-owned football and so on. And I think that is one of the main points. I think we're all attuned to the fact that we're in a room of a lot of people who very much understand this and very much support this, but out there in the public, we've managed to get government's priority on this, but the public wider probably aren't quite aware of it, and we need to do as much as we can. So it is a huge, huge publicity exercise that we're going to have to do, and very much GB Energy's priority, but all of us will all have to play our part. And I think social media is the way forward, and as well as traditional media, but going out and showcasing, visiting all these examples, doing tours, doing videos, and explaining the benefit to people, whatever their priority is. So, whether their priority is to tackle climate change, but for some people that might not be the priority, but the priority might be to save money, or it might be to get money into their communities. So it is a huge publicity exercise that we're all going to have to contribute to, but I think we've shown some good examples of that in the visits we've done, and if there is anyone else that would like the Cooperative Party to come and visit and do a quick video and put that out on social media, we'd be very happy to.
Yes, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few things that we've been trying to do at Community Energy England around this. So along with a number of partners, we've got the Up the Energy campaign, which some of you might have seen that's out at the moment. That is about a campaign, first of all, that was looking at some of the things that need to change in the system. But we're about to move into the second stage of that, which is a lot more about activation. So touring around different towns, different villages around England, showing some of the opportunities that are there. So that's one thing. Up the Energy, go and have a look at that. We've done some work around seeing is believing, because you can't beat that bit, as Gareth was saying, about showcasing. So again, if you have a look on the website, we did a particular piece of work in the northeast of England, where we'd seen something of a cold spot for community energy. There was lots of work that was done there around so that local authorities and community groups can see what's happening. And I guess the last point is we're, again, trying to think about where are some of those communities that exist that might not have heard of community energy. So things like music venues is a really interesting one. Where do people come together who might be interested in this? Music venues, sport venues, faith groups. They're all places where we're having to think differently about what does community look like and who might be interested in getting involved in the movement.
Thank you.
I guess my perspective is slightly different. I do very much agree that we need to talk about community energy more. We need to raise awareness through word of mouth, through presentations, etc., etc. But I think perhaps in London we're at a little bit of a different position, because we've had a lot of support from the Mayor of London on community energy. The London Community Energy Fund is, they've run 7 or 8 rounds. So there has been clear demonstration from the Mayor of London that this is something that he supports, and that has unlocked a lot of attention from local authorities. Something that he has set up also is the Community Energy Task Force, which is a group of community energy practitioners that are coming together to think about, okay, how do we go from pilot projects and small groups to scaling this across the whole of London? And at Community Energy London, we've got a vision of 1,000 projects by 2030 just in London. And we're on our way there. The most recent activity that we've been doing is running a series of workshops working with private sector organizations or businesses, public sector organizations, the finance sector, and local government. And at each of those workshops, we've sat down with key stakeholders within those sectors and said, here's what community energy is. Why aren't you doing it yet? And they've come back with some really interesting answers. We'll be publishing the report from that very soon, so do look out for that. But I think for me, it's actually, we are doing the grassroots approach. What we need support with from outside the sector is the top-down approach a little bit more.
Yeah, yeah, top-down and bottom-up.
Exactly.
All together. I think we've got time for just one last question. Yeah, just in the corner.
Give me a sec, I'm facing this way because it's a question for the room. Has anyone seen Sean Fenton? If you're here, make yourself known. If not, I'll be the bearer of the good news, which is on data centers, the thing that you described exists. It's in Blackpool. It's a community-owned, the local authority, the NHS locally, and a couple of other organizations clubbed together. One of the transatlantic cables lands in Dublin and then goes to Blackpool. They own the infrastructure from the pipes up to the data center, up to what's required for those organizations to run their own networks. But they also have heat recovery from the data center that heats the local swimming pool. So it's at least one that definitely exists today in the world of co-ops that we can scale up. They've got 3 other local authority, led, I suppose, sites in the UK. I don't know if all of those have heat recovery built in, but there's definitely one. So my encouragement would be that for this new emerging, we know it's possible, we've seen it done, maybe can we get the support there a bit sooner this time than 20 years of community energy showing that this is possible, and then, we really make efforts to make it easier, because it is still far too hard. Let's help the next heat recovery system, get some support much sooner than we've had to wait with community energy.
Thank you very much. Very useful to know.
Sorry, just on
last reflection.
Yeah, I thought that was a really exciting fact there. And I think that just brings me to my final point, really, is community energy innovators have been innovating. They've been making projects happen. They've been doing the pilot work for a long time. You said 20 years of community energy to bring this project to fruition. If we're going to scale, it's not necessarily just funding the projects to go forward, but funding all of that messy, figuring it out work that needs to happen to make sure that we are enabling more communities to do the innovating, to do the piloting, to do the how do we actually do this, and then that will be what catalyzes the sector to grow rather than just funding the existing projects, funding the existing models.
Yeah.
So I think my key takeaway here is, although the innovation has been happening for a long time, we've all said it's been slower than we would like. So what needs to happen is funding those risky parts, funding the figuring it out bits, funding the let's get started bits.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Nadia.
May I add some examples of the kind of things that are to be funded, or it would be good.
Yeah.
They're not hard outputs in kilowatt hours or number of solar panels, tons of CO2, but the people engaged is really important. So I'm doing an assembly online for Lincolnshire schools on Monday morning. That's, you know, not something that you'd think you would fund. Apparently there were 5,000 school children on the same event last year.
Wow.
So, and I'm going to talk about co-ops and community energy and what we do. They've also got somebody talking about nuclear fusion and somebody talking about offshore wind, so it'll be an interesting one. And then there's attending your local Chamber of Commerce, and, you know, they're always looking for speakers for events. That's other opportunities, and that networking, getting out there and going on the stage and putting your slides up at any event you can. You know, you do it for years and years and years, and it's exhausting, but when you count it up, you've talked to thousands of people, and they knew that this sector and this concept and way of doing things exists where they may have not have heard it before. So it's a bit hard to quantify, and you can't ever point at a benefit and say, we did that talk and this happened. But you know the general temperature of awareness is creeping up.
Yeah, and Fraser, can you just remind us, there's a breakout session, I believe, later where people are going to be speaking about this, and you can tell them more?
Yes.
Yes.
There will be a breakout session later where people will be.
Oh, I thought you knew the details. I think it's at 3:15, but I was going to let you say that. It's at 3:15. So if you want to know more, you can go there. The panel, I'm sure, are all available to speak to you afterwards. And please give them a massive round of applause.
Yeah, some brilliant information there. Thanks, May, for well moderated. There was so many conversations carrying on. Another shout out is Heat Networks that Sean Fenton brought up last week and the work that's been done there. So huge thank you as well to Fraser for the overview and our speakers, Matthew, Nadia, Vicky, Scott and Gareth. It is moving forward, and local power is about more than infrastructure. It's about who owns it, who benefits and who decides, and cooperatives are now central to that conversation, which is considerable progress from this conversation last year, so well done to the Co-op Party in particular for landing that work. And we'll be working closely with our members and the party to explore the opportunities going forward and deliver this. And yes, we do have a breakout session putting cooperatives at the core of the local power plan. There's a workshop at 3:15 if you'd like to join that. But for now, we're breaking for lunch and networking. The Youth Summit networking is also taking place over lunch. You can see what's up next at 2 o'clock. But other than that, if you can get back either in here or into your 2 o'clock sessions. I think that community shaping the high streets and places is in here. And then we've got the round table. If anyone's attending the round table, Andrew Pakes is poorly. He wasn't here this morning, but we're still going to carry on the conversation. And he's going to hold the round table in Westminster now because he's not made it today. And in Ashtead 1, we've got Rebuilding Democracy, Belonging and Community Power, and Start Something Different the Cooperative Way in Ashtead 2. But enjoy your lunch, talk to people, do some business. Thank you very much. Okay, very exciting addition to the agenda. We're going to draw the raffle for this Formula One Lego kit, which is a prize from Longwall Security, who've been exhibiting with us for the weekend. So if you've taken part in the activity, your name should be in this bag. So can we have a drum roll, please? Thank you. And the winner is Jordan Thompson. I've got a phone number here for Jordan. Jordan, anyone know Jordan? Hey! Ah. I hope that's a coincidence he was sat with our chair of audit and risk at the time that I drew the there you go. And while we're here, another little addition to the agenda is we're just going to take this opportunity at the moment to say a huge thank you to one of our other chairs over at Co-operatives UK, and that is Tanya Noon, who's been our chair of REMCO. She stands down at the next AGM, so we just wanted to say a huge thank you from all the team for all the work she's done, and we'd like to present her with these flowers. Give her a round of applause. Right, okay, welcome back everybody. This afternoon we're going to turn to high streets, community and local places. Now across the country, communities are asking how they can have more say in the places that matter to them, and cooperatives are showing what is possible. With the government's new Pride in Place programme, we can explore the opportunities for cooperation and cooperatives as part of this programme. So I'm going to be hosting this conversation, but I am absolutely delighted and please welcome to the stage Chris Hill from the Arcade in Dewsbury, Lenny Watson from Sister Midnight, Will Rees from Catrelli Camus Co-operative, and Alice Hemingway, Cooperative Futures, and finally we've got Sean Formello from Stritchley Cooperative Development. So please welcome our panel. Right, okay, welcome everybody. Such a fantastic panel and opportunity. So I just touched a little bit there on something called Pride in Place. And there's, you know, Pride in Place is ultimately a £5 billion fund across the UK for areas that are looking to improve their localities and awarded through the government. And there's been one tranche of that, and we're going to talk about that, and there's more to come. But most importantly, everybody here has had actual experience and is working within the context of trying to improve areas, places, using cooperative development models. And we're going to be talking about the reality of doing that, and there will be time for questions as well before we finish. So we do have a great opportunity with Pride in Place, and we're hot off the press, not quite available yet, being launched next week is a Pride in Place toolkit. The Cooperatives UK, the reason it's not available yet is because the government want to put some of their information in there and work more closely with us on the detail of this. But what we're going to be talking about is, you know, we really do need help to regenerate our high streets. And one of the cooperative values, as you all know, is that piece around self-responsibility, and that's what we're seeing, people kind of taking the initiative upon themselves because they're fed up of waiting, really. But that's not easy to do, so we're going to be talking about that. And we're also going to be talking about the fact that there's not that resource there in government and there's not that understanding. So just because you've got money for something and an ambition doesn't mean it's magically all going to come together. So there is a lot of work to do in this space. But I'm going to come to Chris yourself first, because your area is one, isn't it, that has had Pride in Place funding in the first tranche, about £20 million, I should imagine, in that region. So just what has the experience been of Pride in Place so far?
Well, we kicked off a long time before Pride in Place. Just a little bit of context about what we are. So Dewsbury Arcade is in the middle of town. It was a closed arcade, 26 little shops. The council bought it in 2020. And we pitched that we should run it as a community-run shopping centre, first in the UK. And we're just about to open in September. It's been a financial nightmare, actually. It started off with a £3 million budget, ended up 10 million. And you can imagine trying to get that sort of money together was a nightmare. So important to us with the Pride in Place is we quickly realised Dewsbury's like so many northern smallish towns, that the retail environment's just gone down the tubes completely. The old market that was famous is just tats, all the shops are shut, and so on and so forth. It's no different to a lot of places. And we quickly realised that if we're going to open 26 little shops, unless we do something about the retail picture generally, then they're all going to go bust within a year. So our main pitch to the neighbourhood board, and let's remember it's not a lot of money, it's 2 million a year, of which 75% has got to be spent on capital, so not a huge amount of money. But our pitch was, look, you're just a load of individuals, you've got a delivery vehicle that actually runs for the community, and we've got, you know, a fair amount of activist shareholders and all the rest of it, users. But we bumped instantly into, and it's almost not political, it's a cultural tradition of councils looking around, seeing what pots of money crop up to finance our projects. So we experienced this thing of a steamroller coming through. The neighbourhood board will finance XYZ. And it's an ongoing battle. We're really trying to push back about that. 3 of our board members happen to be on the neighbourhood board, but it's an uncompleted battle. And of course, Kirklees is now a political killing zone. From being a Labour-controlled council, there are now 0 Labour councillors. So how that will all turn out, who knows? So it's Pride in Place. There's an awful lot to fight for us as an existing one, but definitely for future ones.
So, and why do you think that, if you describe it as a battle, and if you would have said, you know, this money's coming into neighbourhoods, you know, the crux of that battle, is that about control? Is that about ownership? Is that about what's going on? What is the battle there?
Yeah, it's absolutely about, you know, the councils thinking we're the big boys in town, we plan it. It's just letting go. It's letting the local activists form the plan and implement it. I mean, the partnership with the council is absolutely essential. I'm a great advocate of council ownership and long lease to community groups. Not least because if you go bust, it reverts to the council instead of being sold off to a private property developer. So there's lots to be done together, but the board has to set the plan, and it's not at the moment.
Yeah, and this is, again, my experience specifically in this arena is I am co-chair of a mayoral development corporation in Greater Manchester, and it's actually the Middleton Co-operative Mayoral Development Corporation. The battle I have for it to be a cooperative, even to have the word in there, even though that was why I was appointed to do it, and that's the very essence of what it is, and my observations are not dissimilar, but I think for me the crux of it is just lack of understanding. You know, you're dealing with councils. We've been hearing about it all weekend, the austerity, the cuts, so they time poor. They haven't, you know, all that education about working with communities, you know, that's where the austerity's been. All those kind of experts in the public sector are no longer there. And we do have this real kind of binary view in the UK, don't we? If something's broken, either nationalise it or privatise it. And this idea in the middle that we're all trying, you know, let's work together, let's create that vision together. It isn't the norm. So even when there's a big strategic plan to do that, it's very uncomfortable. The other thing, of course, as well, the problem with democracy is it is actually democratic, and I find it bizarre that our democratic, you know, institutions really struggle with people having a say, you know. And again, I don't think it's not about the individuals. It's just this kind of culture that we've got that, like you said, is really top down. But let's just talk a little bit. I'm going to come to yourself, Will, because you know what you're doing in Wales. It'd be great to hear what you are doing, because you're not kind of coming in. Your high streets isn't the point, but it's where you deploy, isn't it? So just explain a little bit about what your organisation does.
Sure. So I represent Cartrefi Cymru Co-operative, and we're a support and care co-op, and we operate nationwide around Wales in about 2/3 of the local authority areas. Recently, we've started work on what's currently called a property strategy, but I think it's probably better known as a places strategy, which we'll be publishing in due course, which effectively sees us moving from a model whereby Cartrefi's management operations are contained within, you know, typical office buildings in various parts of the communities in which we operate, to shared hub spaces. So this, for example, looks like, they all look very different in different parts of Wales, so it's a very local approach, but the one we're most proud of, the tip of the spear for us at the moment, is our premises in Swansea, known as the Social Bean. And it's a former cafe, well, still set up as a cafe, has the lovely coffee machines and all the cooking gear that you want in a cafe. And that contains with it, you know, office space, it contains with it shared activity space, and it's a place where we, you know, focus our community in Swansea, the Swansea County area, for events and engagement, stuff that you can see on the screen there. I think that was one of those animals interactive sessions. It was great fun. And for us, it's not just obviously about the provision of activities and enrichment, it's about visibility. So, you know, so important for us that the people we support are visible and, you know, respected participants within the local communities. You know, back in the, you know, before the 1990s, people we support were confined to institutions. I would encourage you to take a look on YouTube at an old documentary from 1981 called The Silent Minority. Trigger warning, it is very harrowing stuff. And I won't go into detail about how people used to be routinely you know, mistreated. We've moved, you know, we can beat ourselves up in the sector about the challenges we face, but we've moved so unrecognisably beyond that over recent generations. And this is the next step for us, is to have people front and centre, you know, maybe it's a high street, maybe not, but front and centre of their communities, living their best lives.
And when you're in the high street locations, is it affordable and sustainable? Because our high streets were previously, you know, highly commercialised and high rents, you know, can that work?
Yeah, we're in a blessed position as an organisation whereby we own the majority of our premises. The Bean, I think, is on a tenancy basis and was vacated at short notice. So, you know, yeah, it's not, without going into the details of specific costs, it's not, it is sustainable for us at the moment. But we recognise that we can do that. We operate at scale. You know, we support about 650 people across Wales, and we have about 1,250 colleagues, which makes us one of, you know, the biggest not-for-profit player in our sector in Wales. And yeah, you can only do these kinds of things when you operate at scale, and that's the reality. There are lots of not-for-profit providers on the more micro level across Wales having a really tough time, and probably will, you know, not be around in the next 5 years. Yeah, it's difficult.
Well, Sean's got the exact opposite to you. So I always like to highlight our cooperators in the locality, so here in the West Midlands. So just tell us a little bit about what you're doing and the challenges that you've got, actually, what the vision is and where you're up to on that vision.
Sure, yeah. So Statutory Co-op Development is a, this is the building there, so it's 39 apartments and then 3 worker co-ops. So the worker co-ops, I work in the Bike Foundry, which has been on the high street since 2010 now. And I guess we sort of saw that the high street was going to become gentrified, and there's going to be a lot of new kind of people moving in just because of the kind of economics of Birmingham. And we, there was a number of things that happened. The first was that there was a kind of attempt to put in like a business improvement district, and we sort of said that we didn't want that, and we were successful in mobilising the local businesses around that. And then after that, we began to think about our own position on the high street. We worked with Loaf Bakery Co-op and then Artefact, and also local housing co-ops to come up with a plan for the large development, which is very close to finishing construction, and it has been very close to finishing construction for quite a while now, unfortunately. And in fact, some of our residents are homeless, and the bakery has also moved out. But I guess the whole purpose of that was to try and link the worker co-ops with the residential, and to build at a slightly more, you know, it's next to a railway line, 2 railway lines now, and the bus route and sort of canals and stuff. So it's a very like centrally located, and the idea is like rather. And I think in relation to how we got support from the council on that, I think we've received a lot of support in the later days, but in the early planning stages, we found that what we were proposing was kind of a bit alien to the high street, and actually now that we've got some of the way there, it will be a kind of centrepiece of what's going on in Sturchley. But there were things that we wanted to do in terms of how the space was used. We will have. There's a sort of gap in the middle of a building which will create a kind of civic, kind of community square space, and that was something that we really kind of had to fight for, but we were also fighting against kind of architectural principles around like secured by design and these kind of things that high streets really try and lock people out of like using them, and I think hopefully we'll be able to improve that a bit.
So you've nearly got your funding, you've nearly got the construction, you've had a lot of challenges along the way.
Yeah.
Just want to offer you a little bit of hope, because the lovely Lenny here, last time we sat here, well, I think it was in Manchester at the Manchester Congress, and I think you were at the end of your tether at that point. I remember you just like, we can't get them, we've got the ideas, we've got the passion. And what I loved about Sister Midnight, which I'd like you to explain the whole to everybody, is even though you didn't have the building, you still had the community. And just talk us through your project and what you're trying to do.
So Sister Midnight is a community radio station and music venue based in Catford in South East London. And we started out in 2021 in the lockdown. Before that, there'd been a small record shop and music venue that was kind of the starting point of Sister Midnight, but that wasn't a co-op, and it was during the pandemic that we decided to make that jump to bring the business into community ownership. And because our previous space had closed because of the pandemic, we were looking for a new home for our venue. And since then, we've been on a pretty crazy 5-year campaign to try and find a space and raise the money that we need to make this happen. But we have had a lot of support from our local council, who gave us a 10-year rent-free lease on a local working men's club in exchange for us raising all the money to bring it back into use, which turned out to be quite a lot of money. So we're partway through the renovation of that space now and hoping to open that in September.
Huge congratulations, because that's how I know what a challenge it was to raise that funds. How did you raise the funds?
Through community shares mainly, and some grants and some donations as well, but most of the money that we're putting into the actual capital works on the building has come directly from the community, and we've got nearly 1,500 members now.
So I'm really interested, because you did have the support of the council, but how does that feel when you've got the support kind of strategically and in words, but not the actual cash?
Well, I think the council did probably the best thing they could within the resources they had, which was to give us the space rent-free for such a long time. But there have still been some challenges that we've come across, and I think the thing that you highlighted around the knowledge in the council of how to work with communities being lost has been something that we can really relate to. Things like being given a 10-year lease, which is amazing, but not quite enough for us to be eligible for a lot of the large capital grants that are out there. And giving us the building for free, but then taking 2 years to agree the terms of the lease because the commercial negotiators they had just didn't understand the concept of this being a community space and the kind of lease terms that were needed to achieve that. So there's definitely been struggles that we've had.
And just coming back to yourself, Sean, just for clarity, because you have got Birmingham Council actually supporting you, hopefully. Obviously, hopefully it doesn't take 2 years to come through and agree the detail, but at the point that you got really stuck, they did come up with the tranche of cash, didn't they?
Yeah. So as I said, the kind of like group forming and like the community coming around this idea was the bit that we didn't receive the support on, and as worker co-ops, there was a lot of knowledge of the co-op models and how we were going to do things, and we kind of just did everything ourselves. And work when we got money from Homes England essentially, so it wasn't really involving the local council at all. But then at this like late stage, what's happened is that the housing association that we're working with has increased the cost significantly due to their own delays, and they're trying to sort of pass it off onto the community group. And at that point, Birmingham City Council did provide the maximum support that they could do, and it was just before the election. So they were kind of limited by PERDA, and also just by, you know, with these, like you're saying, with like a really big and complicated project, you need time and kind of warning to gather millions of pounds, and that's what we're struggling against at this moment in time. But I think that moving forward, there were some pictures on that slide carousel of another development that we have done a community planning process for with Unit 38 Architects, who are a workers' co-op in London, and we were sort of saying that there's another site on the high street that we could develop in future, and I think that's the sort of thing that community groups can do, whereas like a housing association or Homes England, or they're not necessarily thinking about like what are the actual kind of micro opportunities on a high street. which you know, we had 150 people come to those planning sessions and say what they wanted to see on the high street going forward, and that was a site that was previously proposed to be a McDonald's drive-through. So it's like a real change around in what could happen, and I think that's why we've sort of been, people have been seeing Sturchley as an important thing, because I think it shows the kind of autonomy outside of the council plans and all of these sorts of things to come up with our own futures for our neighbourhoods.
Thank you. So I'm going to come to yourself, Alice. It'd be great to, obviously I know very much what you do because you've been a wonderful board member at Co-operatives UK, but understanding what you do and what support there is out there, and whether this is whether this is a national experience that you're hearing.
So I have the best job title, which is Co-op Development Worker. I work for a small co-op development agency called Co-operative Futures, and I think everything that people have said kind of resonates with the work that I do, supporting startups and groups who are kind of passionate about their local areas, their high streets, that want to take on assets, bring them into community ownership and run them, you know, to serve the needs of their community. I think some of the challenges, and you know, I was nodding along when Lenny was talking about sort of working with local authorities, and also around kind of how the governance could how we would like it to be developed through the Pride and Place programme. So I guess if I'm allowed to get on my soapbox, Rose,
always.
I guess I have a few sort of thoughts about how we as a kind of cooperative movement could be trying to kind of access the opportunities through Pride and Place strategy and sort of working with those neighbourhood boards. And I think, you know, the heart of it is around, you know, community democracy. How can we be bringing the cooperative model to these boards? You know, whether or not actually they become co-ops, you know, become community-owned businesses themselves, or whether they could just be using more kind of democratic processes through how they implement the strategy and how they spend their money. So things like participatory budgeting. In Oxfordshire, there's a really good programme called community-led research. So that's about getting local people to do research about the needs and how they might develop projects around those needs. Things like community champions programs. So I guess how can these boards kind of implement some of these sort of more democratic processes, or even make their neighbourhood boards cooperatives themselves?
I'm going to come back to yourself, Lenny, because you've done fantastic with that. But Alice, just because I know you weren't here yesterday, you got so many name checks yesterday. And it was because, I mean, just the thing I wanted to touch on, like about that that business support piece and that expert knowledge, because like I say, it's not just the co-ops themselves. Do you provide any support to those, you know, councillors and public bodies themselves, or is it all for the likes of people on our panel who are trying to affect change?
So Co-operative Futures and a lot of the, don't know if I'm buzzing there, a lot of the co-op development workers around the country. I'll carry on, sorry. So myself and a lot of the other co-op development workers, you know, we support, you know, people who want to set up co-ops, but we also work a lot with local authorities. And I think one of the things that we could be doing a lot more of is that sort of education for officers and for councillors. I think, you know, one of the big challenges for a few co-ops in my area was local authorities understanding community right to bid, as it was then, and now community right to buy, and the process around the asset of community value. And actually a lot of the misunderstandings around those processes have really kind of stymied the opportunities for groups to kind of take back into ownership these community assets. So I think there's a real education piece we need to be doing for local authority officers as a movement.
So, Lenny, we just got a little video, haven't we, of kind of the way that you've raised your money and the work that you've done. Should we have a look at that?
We're Sister Midnight, a community-owned co-op based in Lewisham. We're transforming this building, a former working man's club in Catford Town Centre, into a grassroots music venue where we platform all the incredible creative talent our local area has to offer. We've been making this happen since 2021, and in that time we built a community of over 1,100 members who've raised more than £365,000. This is more than a venue, it's a testament to collective power. So if you believe in music and local ownership, buy shares, become a member and build Sister Midnight with us.
Fantastic. So this is more than a building, this is a collective venture. Was that an easy message to get out? Did people believe you? Did people believe that they could put money in and you could turn it into something?
Yeah, to a slightly shocking degree, to be honest. I think we were kind of overwhelmed with how willing people from the community were to just put in money and get behind this, and not just money as well, but to put in time and skills and expertise to try and bring this all together. But I think we're really lucky that where we are in Lewisham, there's a really long legacy of community organising and activism, and so it kind of feels like that's a way of being that's just very embedded in our local area anyway. So I think we have a slightly easier job with the community than some people might have, being able to put out an idea like this and get a really warm reception to it.
Because that's what I find really challenging about all of this, the expectation on busy people who've got busy lives, to kind of the effort that they need to put in to be able to do that. And like you said, you're luckily in an area where people have got the time and the resource. I mean, how did you do it, Chris? You know, because you really brought people together again, didn't you?
Yes, it's other than the traditional sort of community share route, which was great and very successful, and thanks to the booster fund and everything. Other than that, everyone agrees that if town centres are going to have a life, it's got to be less retail and more about doing stuff, meeting people. And I think this is where Pride in Place money can be really usefully used. It was in their sort of trial period where they didn't know where to put any money, and we got about £40,000 from that to run an events programme. And in our pop-up space, we got about 10,000 different people in. For the events, we got about 20,000 people in over the 1 year, and that made a tremendous difference, because the cynicism, you can hardly exaggerate. You know, everyone's heard it all before, nothing's going to happen. And it gave a bit of buy-in that actually things were happening, and everyone can do that. And I'm always tested about what are we doing that the council couldn't do? And I think these are the two things that on the community front, you know, if it was a council contract, you'd sort of employ an events organiser and it all be a bit one-off. You know, they might get the numbers, but then it'd all disappear. We sort of employ community organisers who do their stuff and they don't go away and they do more stuff. And the other thing is with the arcade, we've sort of switched the emphasis. We've got 3 big community rooms, which we'll use endless events for, and involve the tenants in events, and we're able to curate the tenants to see who we get in. You know, if it was the council, more so the private sector, it'd be just who turns up first to pay the rent. So, you know, we're having no vape shops, no takeaways, no gambling, no bars, and it will all be stuff people who do things with kids particularly, and stuff like that, just to make the retail offer more interactive.
And what do you do? So there's one thing, like say, listening and taking that feedback. Do you have embedded participation in your governance?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's absolutely uncompleted. The main way we want to do it is by subgroups of all different things. So particularly events subgroup is very important. But yeah, you've got to keep working on that. Yeah. Involvement side. I mean, you know, it's very much this being a community business umbrella to motivate young people particularly to do things. That's what really keeps us.
But you were saying there that you're employing people to do them as well, which has got to be a significant improvement.
Yeah, exactly. You can give bits of money, and it doesn't, you know, it's sub-consultancy fees. That's the point. Get a young person out of college you know, they want to put on a gig, well, just put them a few £100, whatever it is, you know, that sort of thing.
Amazing. So, Will, how do the benefit, in fact, what type of co-op are you? Who are the members and how do they participate?
Yeah, so we are a multi-stakeholder cooperative, so our 1,200 colleagues are members, and then the 650 people we support are members.
Okay, that's amazing. So you've got your colleagues, you've got the workers and the beneficiaries. Equal voice?
Yeah, equal voice. So we deliver democracy through local forums taking place on a monthly basis. That's then supplemented by regional forums and then goes up to a council of members made up of both. We also have trustees on top of that as well.
Brilliant. And in terms of, you know, again, that kind of, what difference does it make? You know, why is that a good thing compared to if you just had a board that told everyone what to do?
I think, you know, the people we support, we want them to determine what good support looks like. We want them to co-produce their own services. So, yeah, it's just natural for us because, you know, person-centered approach demands that we include them in every element wherever possible, you know, of how their support is delivered. So, yeah, it just runs through us, runs through our DNA, runs through our values. You know, interested what I totally agree with what Chris said there about, you know, what people want from their spaces nowadays and what they want. Obviously, retail example there, but similarly from us, you know, we're moving from having, let's say, offices in industrial estates where you don't see your leaders, you don't see your managers, to these shared hubs. This is happening in parallel with a lot of local authorities across Wales removing day centre provision for people with disabilities. Now, you know, I'm not cynically saying this, but they're doing it to save money. It's not because they want people to have more enriching experiences. They'll say that, but it is, of course, to save money. But yeah, in parallel with those day centres disappearing, you know, we're doing what we're doing with the property strategy then to fill the gap and to provide a place for people so they can have purposeful activity and a reason to go out into their communities. And again, visibility is at the heart of advocacy. You can't advocate for yourself, we can't advocate for people if they're not visible. So
Alice, how much does it matter? And I'm asking this for a friend. So there's a, for example, an MDC in our locality that has gone out and consulted with everybody and asked everybody what they think, and you know, they're not going to then embed the participation. Do people care? You know, as long as they got to have the say, do they then continuously have to have a say? Like, what's your experience of whether this democracy matters to the people?
Yeah, I mean, I guess over the years that I've been working as a co-op development worker, I've worked with lots of organisations that have, I guess, stood the test of time. You know, they've gone through difficult economic circumstances, changes to, you know, where their building is, you know, who their customers are. But actually, I think one of the things that has kind of kept them sustained is the membership. And I think having that kind of continuous engagement, I guess, with members has meant that they've been more resilient. You know, they've been able to draw on support. I think something that we've sort of talked about, I guess, is that kind of capacity thing. You know, actually being able to pay staff members is so important, but also having that wider bank of kind of volunteers and participants that will show up, basically. I think that's really important.
So, because you know, again, let's say this lack of knowledge, lack of understanding, I don't think it's an intentional control piece, but yeah, I've had situations where people go, oh, it's great what you're doing, we love that it's a cooperative, it's brilliant, right? But should we just work out what we're doing and then we'll tell everyone? And I go, well, no, because that wouldn't be a cooperative, would it? Like, so what's your experience of that element of actually getting consensus? You know, these are big ticket items sometimes, like audit and risk, you know, big amounts of money, big decisions to be made. And you're sometimes giving those to people, like say, fortunately in Lewisham, it sounds like you've got a very well engaged and, you know, educated, you know, community. Like, is it the same everywhere? You know, is there areas where it's easier to do that? Is there councils where it's easier to do that?
Yeah, I think that's such a good question, and I think one of the the things that I see a lot of. I mean, I'm based in Oxford, in Oxfordshire. There's a lot of, you know, wealthy intellectuals in Oxfordshire because of the university, and that means that actually, you know, there's actually a lot of cooperative activity in Oxfordshire because there are people that have a lot of social capital and have the resources to volunteer their time to get things set up. So I do kind of acknowledge, I think, that actually, you know, to make it sustainable, you do need to have the resources to be able to kind of pay people, to offer different ways of people participating, you know, offering stipends to your board, all of those kinds of things help that, I guess, yeah, ability to participate. And I think, you know, for me, the kind of number one sort of cause, I guess, of like burnout that I see in cooperatives is that kind of, we've been slogging away as volunteers for years and years and years, and we've still not managed to get this thing off the ground, or we've not managed to get this thing to the point where, you know, it is sort of financially sustainable. And I think that kind of, again, getting on my soapbox, I think one of the kind of key things that I'd like to see from the kind of Pride in Places strategy is you know, there's a lot of capital funding around, you know, we know about kind of other ways of raising finance, but I think having that funding in place as well for kind of startup support, for that early setup phase, pre-development costs for capital, you know, and that just takes that pressure off, and it means that groups can kind of get started quicker, don't have to just slog away as volunteers, and kind of are reliant on those people that have the resources to do that. It means it makes it more accessible, I guess.
Will, you were nodding away at burnout there. I mean, is it something that, you know, putting that additional responsibility onto your employees?
Yeah, I think for us, in our specific example, yeah, it's funny. I think so much of what we talked about over the last day or two, and especially in the breakout session this morning, centres around the how, and the how we do cooperation, and the how we make it come to life. And for us, I think the what is the hardest part. So we've got the how, we've got the structures, we've got good people, but they don't get it because, you know, we've got people who have very light touch interaction with Catrevi as an organisation. They meet every day with the person they support, they do their notes on the mobile phone or the iPad, and that's the day. And maybe they'll come to a Catrevi place for an activity or training or something like that, but it's, you know, it's not all the time. So they don't always understand the what of cooperation, and that's the challenge for us. A challenge for me, particularly as the comms guy, so, you know, to blame. So, you know, that's, yeah, it just made me think about that as Alex was talking there.
And Sean, you know, because let's say you're working all this through now, and with those big investments comes those big responsibilities. How are you going to share the power and wealth in your organisation?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, firstly, we need to get in. And to do that, at the moment, it seems that we need support from existing co-ops, housing co-ops, other organisations that have reserves. We have a bond offer that's open. I think that the fact that this has happened in an emergency shows that, you know, we're talking about volunteer labour. There's just huge amounts of work that's gone in from the work co-ops and also the resident members. We sort of been trying to calculate how much that was, and it's easily over 10,000 hours of like complete volunteer labour. I think that's where these kind of governmental commitments around community-led housing, particularly, but also around high streets and stuff, they're not really borne out in terms of like where subsidies and development goes in terms of industry and these sorts of things. But then you actually see, if you want to revitalise the high streets, then you do need to invest in it, and probably you need core funding. We never had any type of core funding for Sturchley, so we just had a couple of part-time workers for a year or two over a 10-year project, and that meant that we weren't necessarily, and we definitely didn't have any independent support, which meant that when it came to a problem, we were exposed basically, and that's what we're fighting back against now in various different ways and raising awareness. But I think that's the sort of thing, is like, if we really want the people to be in control, then we at least need to, you know, if we're doubling the economy, the co-op economy, we need to have the resources for people to be able to do that independently.
I'm going to do a shout out for that again, Sean, and I'd love you to look at the draft of that, because I think you very make a very sort of pertinent point there about how what you do at the beginning and how you set things up, you know, can put individuals themselves at risk, or the projects at risk, because you are learning. You know, I think Jan described it yesterday at the International Supper as trying to fly a plane whilst actually making the plane. I'm sure it must feel like that a lot of the time for you.
Yeah, I think so, but I also think there is, you know, we would love to have used the community share booster program, but the regulators, we're the first registered provider housing co-op in over 25 years, so it's like it's a movement that needs to be, that's going to own land, so it's a movement that needs to be reinvigorated, and we need to be talking to the government around if we're wanting that. You know, housing co-ops could involve the community, and we had to write that out of our rules, which is why we can't raise finance in that way. So there's like things like that where I think we definitely knew what we were doing in terms of having kind of a lot of co-op experience via the worker co-ops that we had. But it's kind of like, is there a framework for Sturchley to be in, you know, a Sturchley co-op development to be in lots of high streets? I don't think that the framework is there, unfortunately, and that's something that isn't just a problem of the co-op movement, it's a broader problem, but we need to articulate that, like, and learn from the lessons, I guess. So it's like, learn why the plane crashed is maybe rather than, yeah, we were building it.
Let's just say it didn't take off for now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to come to questions, but before I do, Chris, is it worth it? Have you created economic renewal in Dewsbury?
Too early to say.
Ah, okay. Right, okay, who's got some questions then? Over here. The Welsh colleague here, I believe.
Cheers, thanks everyone. Hi, Glenn from Compass in Wales. Yeah, Pride in Place, huge opportunity, doubling the size of the co-op sector with no new resources. Can we link into Pride in Place? Department for Housing, Communities and Local Government next month issuing a contract, a support contract, to support the board development of Pride in Place. Ideally, if we could program bend that and get the resources to support the boards to think cooperatively and to set up community benefit societies, there's a huge resource opportunity there. And I think if Co-ops UK could lead us in that charge to get that contract and actually program bend some of that money, because there's no new money coming to double the size of the co-op sector. And I think from a co-op development perspective, there's less money now than there's been for years. So there's not many games in town. So the question is, Rose, I suppose, is could you lead us on the charge to try and get that contract, that we utilise that network for neighbourhoods money to support the development of cooperatives through Pride in Place, really?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the point that Rachel Blake made yesterday, and we probably need to join up the conversation about the impact in Wales, that's what that co-op champion needs to be for, to kind of look across the whole piece and, you know, create those efficiencies, but join up those dots as well, because, you know, Will's showing us how this relates to social care. You know, so there's a lot of, you know, like I said, there's not money for co-op development per se, but the government are promising they're going to look at that. And let's say we've had the cooperative bank supporting it for a long time, but it's nowhere near enough. But there isn't this kind of cross-cutting piece where you could be joining lots of pots together more effectively if somebody had the holistic view. So let's make sure that that's a whole kind of UK-wide approach. Okay, who else has got questions? All very quiet. I mean, I do have to warn you at this stage, I do start asking the audience questions when the audience goes quiet, so you might want to start putting your hands up there. Right, here we go then. Sorry, Tabitha, you're it. Can you explain to us, Tabitha, in response to this question, like you did a piece of work, didn't you, about the growth companies, you know, what they're doing to educate the trainers. So just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah,
so this
sure.
is Tabitha from Co-operatives UK, so everyone else is ducking under the table.
Yeah, so we did some work with growth hubs, which are regional business support across, I think across England. I'm not sure if they have them in Wales. And there was some money that they were given, and they could choose to spend it on cooperatives and mutuals and choose what they did with that. And some of them spent money on training their advisors to understand what cooperatives and mutuals were and how to spot them and how to support them. And we've talked to them since about the work that they've done and how we can support them in the future to do more work to do with cooperatives and mutuals. And there is a keenness from some of them to keep doing work that make sure they're including cooperatives and mutuals in what they do and keeping their business advisors educated and connecting up with people like Alice locally. So there's definitely appetite there. But again, a lot of it is dependent on, we'll do that if the government give us money. So that is...
So bringing that back to the panel then, the one, are you treated like businesses? You know, because I also see this disconnect between like community support and, you know, dare I say it, being a proper business. So I'm just interested, like your experience when you go to traditional forms of support, do you get any, or do we need to make sure there's more people like Alice and her organisation? Go on, Chris.
I'd say yes, we were treated like a business. That's not a problem area. I've been doing this sort of thing for quite a long time, and it tends to be different co-ops every sort of 3 or 4 years to develop. And to my mind, the missing piece, and example comes up with a community group just up the road from us trying to take on the town hall and run that. And I wish there was a cooperative property development company which just actually took not the sort of advice approach, but they just get out there and do it and act as a developer with a completely different set of values and drawing together co-op around the person who kicks it off and develop it that way. Because I think it's extraordinary what we're asking normal community activists to do. It doesn't, and it's far more than just a bit of advice and all this sort of thing. It's knowledge that you accumulate over years and years, and project management skills and kicking up the arse skills and all those sort of things, bashing down walls. And it just needs a more direct approach, actually, and someone who doesn't charge consultancy rates, but just gets paid out of loans and grants and does the bloody job, you know?
Lena?
Yeah, I can agree more with everything that you have to say. And we are actually working towards doing this kind of work in Lewisham. There is a group of community asset developers that is starting to come together and look at setting up a Lewisham-specific sort of co-op, but community also development body that works with the local council, that works with funders and works with the community to help galvanise groups around opportunities when they arise, because these opportunities do come up, but oftentimes it just feels like such a huge jump for the community to make that step of forming a group and raising funds and pushing things forward. And I think that the amount of work and like the high barrier for getting involved with this stuff is why we have such a lack of diversity in so many ways in the co-op sector.
Okay, we've got another question over here, Nick.
It's a question mixed with a comment. My T-shirt is a station on the Severn Valley Railway. The Severn Valley Railway had a major disaster thanks to climate change about 18 months ago when part of the track was completely washed away. We launched a major fundraising event to get money to raise money to repair the railway, and we managed to do it. But in the process, one of the things that we realised was that the railway needed to be owned by the community, not owned as a limited company. And so we've gone through a process of mutualising a private asset. So the railway, which employs 80 people, and their turnover is about 8 million a year, as the physical assets are mind-bogglingly valuable, but nobody would want to buy them because they're heritage assets and they take a huge amount of maintenance. But the hubs around the railway, the things like the repair sheds, the engine sheds, where we repair other people's railway locomotives and things, and the carriage works where we repair railway carriages, create real jobs for real people and young people particularly to be apprenticed in it, engineering skills which have long since disappeared from large parts of the economy. But I think that this was quite a challenge to do this. We brought together two separate companies, a holding company and a membership organisation to create the community BENCOM. And I think that having done it, the annual meeting is going to take place next week when it will be finally signed all off, the new constitution and infrastructure of the railway. I think once that's done, I'm sort of preempting it really by telling you the story now. I think it's a great story to be able to tell to other heritage assets that are spreading the ownership from the, as you know, with lots of government cutbacks over the last year, it's not just the high street that suffered. Lots of local museums, galleries, small heritage assets have been lost completely because of local authority cutbacks. It would be much more difficult to destroy these things if the ownership was more widely spread. And I think that the part of the message I wanted to share, I'm delighted, I think what everybody's doing is fantastic. You know, I'd like to see all of these things cloned multiple times. And I think the communication, the stories we have to tell about how successful it is and how robust they are once they've been created. I mean, my co-op, I'm a director on the Art of England co-op. This is a slightly daft story, but I always have to tell people this. We were founded in 1832, pre-Rochdale, in Foleshill in Coventry by ribbon weavers. And we're still going. And we've had some shit directors, of which I'm obviously one, and managers over the years. But once it's formed and it's embedded, a co-op is really difficult to destroy once it's built and operated and running. And I think that message of robustness and continuity and sustainability in a time of real global crisis and lack of confidence amongst people to be able to do anything, it's such a valuable message. I think the work everybody's doing today is absolutely fantastic and all power to your elbow. Thank you very much.
Did heritage play a part in your story, Chris? Did people realise what they were trying to save as well as the economic renewal?
Yeah, it was absolutely huge part, actually. It's a big co-op town, but the fact that we got £4.5 million Heritage Fund money, they made quite sure that we emphasise that heritage. And indeed, that I think all the shareholders were investing for the love of the building more than anything else.
Oh, Sean, I'm glad you put your hand up because I was going to come to you next anyway as well. So I know you've got a question, but I'm hoping you're going to talk about your co-op innovation to this point about incubating ideas. So
I wasn't going to say that at all, actually.
Look, if you can add that in.
So, no, in our local community, we've got an old cinema that the Community Land Trust is trying to save. Which is actually the place where the Bee Gees first performed. And it became a risk when the cooperative group which owned it put it up for sale. So that was an interesting challenge. I'm intrigued by your idea, Chris, of a co-op developer. You know, it sounds a little bit like a kind of co-op venture capitalist in a way, you know, because developers, you know, if this cinema is saved, then the way that the developer partner with the Community Land Trust will make the money is by selling on. And in co-ops, we're always trying to accumulate assets in a kind of ratchet way, aren't we? We don't really have a business model about selling on. So I'm just intrigued, you know, is there some way in which we can adapt it so that it works?
Sean?
I'd just say with a different hat on, in Catalonia, and I think this kind of relates to what we're doing in Sturchley with having the accommodation above, and I think that's also something that we see about the economy or the structure of the UK economy is that it's very based around housing, and that's a major growth area. And we should be trying to link those two things together, the retail, and that's where this kind of idea of rejuvenating the high street comes from. But in Catalonia, there's a very clear pathway for creating new housing co-ops and for having them linked with communities. And I think that's some of the things that we should be thinking about when we're speaking to councils is how can we make land that the council owns or that other organisations own accessible for kind of revitalisation and rebuilding. And in Catalonia, that's led to a housing co-op called Sostra Civic, which has behind it a construction agency called La Constructiva, which basically does exactly that. And I think that's where we need to be looking, is like there's so many assets, even in the co-op movement, that can be mobilised in a more effective way, working with each other. And I think we'll hear about collective ownership in one of the later sessions. But this idea of like collecting different pieces of money together within the movement to actually mean that, you know, all of the problems that happened in Sturchley, if there was an organisation that we were working with which wasn't completely outside the co-op movement, then it would have been a much more positive process.
Yeah, really brilliant. And last night somebody said the principle number 6, you know, cooperation amongst cooperatives is the most quoted phrase and the least used delivery. So I'm tasking you and Sean to get together, and then you can come back next year and tell us what you've done. We've got one, you can all breathe easy now. We've only got time for one final question, and Richard's put his hand up. So Richard.
Yeah, Richard Bickle from our co-op, amongst other places. It strikes me as something interesting here about property ownership. I mean, Chris floated a really interesting idea that if local authorities were the landlord and offered long leases, I'm still thinking about that. Because I think autonomy and independence is absolutely underpinned if you own the freehold of your asset. And I would suggest to Nick that the reason that the ribbon weavers are still selling tins of beans, however many, you know, nearly 200 years later, is because those generations of co-operators built up an awful lot of freehold property. And this is what Sean is trying to do in Sturchley, is to get assets into community ownership forever, so that you're not beholden to a landlord, even if it's I mean, I now call them an antisocial landlord, the social landlord that you've been working with. But accumulating assets does create demutualisation risks later if the co-op doesn't manage to socially reproduce itself from one generation of members to another. So I think we need to think about this whole question about ownership and control and property. And I just wonder whether co-operators in previous generations thought about this more clearly than we sometimes do. I mean, I know Sean thinks about it very clearly, but that's what this is more kind of sharing my reflections than a question or a statement as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Well, have we got any final reflections then on that yet, Chris?
Yeah, I think that's a really sound instinct, but I stand to be proved wrong. But I really think that if you get a full insuring long lease, and yes, ideally 999 years, with the council as the owner, it's actually quite a good system, because you have to look at the opposite. I did, in a sense, it's my favourite project ever. It was the huge co-op in Wakefield, Unity Hall, that we developed as a music venue. Well, long story short, it went bust after 18 months of functioning, and it ended up with complete sharks. You know, we had the ownership, had loans, had to, you know, put it out for sale to try and repay it, because those were the terms of the loans, and, you know, Bob's your uncle. It ends up in a nightmare, criminal actually. It was a criminal, got him. But so that's what you've got to avoid. And I do think it also, a long-term lease with a council can up their game as well. You know, it makes them think about, well, what's it there for? How can we make it better? And I do think that thing of we do it, the co-op does it. The co-op does the regeneration, involves the community, and the safe hands of the council just hold the property.
Well, that's been, oh, sorry, go on, Alice, do you want to make a final comment?
I was just having a conversation this morning with some people about how I feel like sometimes the co-op movement, we're at the pump, like pumping away, and the local authorities have their foot on the pipe and no water's coming out. And I think one of the things is often about how can local authorities kind of step off the pipe or kind of enable or kind of, I guess, create the environment for that development. And I think it's a really good point about how do we use the wealth within the existing cooperative movement. But I think the other thing is that there is wealth in local areas, but often it's not very transparent where that money is going or how communities can access it. So I'm thinking of things like Section 106 and SIL monies, and I think we need greater sort of democratic processes for deciding on how that money is used, and we need to create, hopefully, cooperatively owned structures to kind of manage that money for local communities as well.
Yeah, I think your point about long leases with councils and the freehold being in safe hands, in theory, should be good, but I guess it depends on the council, doesn't it? And with so many of them changing political party control at the moment, perhaps we should be relying on communities themselves a little bit more to hold these buildings safe in perpetuity.
Well, a huge thank you to you all for everything that you're doing, actually, and for some great insights. So there's a lot of opportunity, but a lot of challenge out there. So I think we've had a really varied discussion. So if you could thank our speakers, Sean, Chris, Will, Alice and Lenny. And we have a really short refreshment break now, and we do end Congress on an important topic around cooperation amongst cooperators. So we've got a break until 4. No, that can't be right. Is it right? Yeah, 15 minutes you got. Well, you've got 11 minutes left. So quick turnaround and then back in here for 15:15. Thank you. You're welcome. It's like break till 3:50. Oh, really good. Yeah, really great news that you've got that underway. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
and realizing that there was a gap that volunteer-led entities were not able to fill while having to manage from small to bigger site of renewable energy sites like 5 or 6 megawatt solar farm. And at that point is when they decided to pull together their resources, financial resources, apart from knowledge and know-how, and it's why and how Bright Renewable started.
Lovely, thank you. Tim.
Hi, I'm Tim Coomer from Co-operative and Community Finance. Some people may know us as ICOF, and I'll try not to get into too many acronyms. But yeah, here today for one of the funds that we manage, which is called Community Shares, ICOF, and come here to talk about the collaboration between Co-ops UK, Plunkett UK and Locality around community share investments and what people may know as the Booster Programme, and how we're moving forward with the Booster Programme and making equity investments into primarily community benefit societies and projects, as we heard earlier from people like Sister Midnight, and making investments into those projects. That's me.
Brilliant, thank you. So we're going to hear from each of the panel members. We're going to have a question and answer, see where Principle 6 has actually worked within their organisations, and then we're going to pull it together to see if there are any other opportunities that there might be that we can maybe take away to our own co-ops after today, and then we'll be opening it up to the room for questions as well, and then we'll almost be there, almost finished. So in terms of, Anya, I was just going to ask you, so you talked about, it's about pooling financial resources, but also specialist expertise and resources as well, and building infrastructures. And community energy projects, they have that really strong local and community purpose, but they do face technological challenges as well, which is what you're supporting them with. So how does providing that through Principle 6 or doing that as a shared endeavour, how does that make the biggest difference to those individual organisations?
Well, as I was saying before, the majority of the community benefit society are led by volunteers, which a lot of them has a big know-how, but to run a solar farm, you actually need quite a bunch of skills that can span across technical expertise, legal expertise, finances expertise, operational, and you can pile up over to them. Volunteers, for how much they have passions, they sometimes don't have the skill set, or occasionally they simply don't have the time or the know-how how to do that. And share support, it was literally the idea behind the creation of our company, was if a community benefit society doesn't have it, can our single center of services being able to support them either entirely or just for the skill set that they are missing in that specific moment or in that specific circumstances. And basically does respond to a simple question: what we don't have and we need access to. So the idea was, if our center of service cannot provide it, then we need to build a network of like-minded partners in the community benefit society space or in the cooperative space, making sure that the collaboration was driven by ethos and values rather than purely transactional. And in that way, we kind of win. It's a win-win for everybody. And basically, I think I hope I responded.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And in terms of that, because I think it's really important to make sure that you can bring in the right skills that you need and the capabilities to make it work. How does that kind of balance with the ownership and, by the community, and making sure that they still feel and still are owners and are involved? And how does that sit alongside the support that you provide?
They are. So if we go back to the way that our company is structured, we are owned by Community Benefit Society. Community Benefit Society has a very big say on what we do, how we do it, and for whom we do it. They have been sitting with me towards all of this period, deciding what scope of work the company should be able to provide to similar entity in the voluntarily led space. how much we can provide in-house, how much actually we could try to outsource with like-minded. They are the one that decided even my rate card. I do sit with them, and once a year we do discuss our rate card to make sure it is in line with what the Community Benefit Society can actually pay. And when we realize that, depending on the Community Benefit Society, you might have some that are quite developed. They have 10, 12 megawatts already on their portfolio. Some others are small rooftops. So we are trying to collaborate all together to find a way to provide support even to the small one.
Great, thank you.
So kind of a dance.
Yeah, and you said that Principle 6, that wasn't the reason that, you know, you didn't set out to do that on purpose. It's just something that, do you think that can happen just quite organically in a co-op? And
I think it does. Definitely, it happened to us. We were created for a specific purpose. At the time, they didn't have technical support. But then, kind of naturally, the collaboration with one community became then with two, with three. We then realized that some of the services probably would have made more sense to outsource it to somebody else. Yeah. And we naturally started to create the network and the know-how we all have at the moment. So as of today, we are proudly helping manage 18 megawatt of renewable energy assets and supported our Community Benefit Society to distribute just north of £1 million in community benefit funds.
That's incredible. And over quite a short period of time, I guess.
We've been trading since 2018, so maybe kind of like 8 years. Yeah. But these numbers are from 2 years ago.
Yeah. Great. And Ollie, I'm going to come to you in terms of your example. So from coming from one where it's just something that's happened organically, with your example, it's been very much 5 retail societies setting out, understanding that you had some particular needs and taking that forward. So can you tell us a little bit more about what you did?
Fantastic, thank you. Well, if you can imagine, the problem is that a lot of us try and do things by ourselves, and you've got 5 different businesses trying to negotiate an energy deal. And the beautiful story that I have to tell you today is the fact that 5 of our retail cooperatives came together to negotiate an energy deal together. So not only does that mean you get a benefit for our societies, we get to choose renewable electricity from Thames Estuary, up to 53 kilowatts in terms of energy provision, which gives not only a great deal for everybody, we're making the right choices for everybody and making a real difference. For me, it's a win-win-win, and you would probably ask, why didn't we do it sooner? And I'm really excited because it's a proof of concept. The bit that I just want to add on to the end of it, it was done in 12 weeks. It didn't take years. And that's why, for me, it's a wonderful proof of concept. If we can come together and purchase electricity together, what else can we do together as a cooperative movement on other things?
And I think sometimes competition law, the fact that you're all commercial organisations, that can sometimes make Principle 6 a little bit more difficult. How did you get over some of those
Yeah,
issues,
absolutely. We weren't
say?
naughty. No, we wouldn't be naughty. Nobody should be ever naughty in any regard. The beautiful thing is we worked with a subject matter expert, and I think that's a real key here. Working with the people that know it very best, we agree our terms, we understand the issue, we work together, and we came together. And for me, just reiterating the point, and we've heard it earlier today, and Rose's point, it's about coming together. Words are just words. It needs action to bring things through. So this particular example, and I'm sharing it, and there are lots of people who have been involved with it. All 5 of the societies have had the people, and they deserve the credit, to come together to bring this through. And we can share this now as a proof of concept. This happened, it's working, it's doing really well, and I hope that we can use it as an example to be able to move on to other things in the future.
And following on from that, is it the way that you're structured at the moment and the way that the deal is kind of structured, is that something that other co-ops in the co-op movement are able to join in with? Is it something that can be replicated?
So we work with Integrity. They are the people that work it through. It's a 10-year agreement. Sure, we can have conversations. I'm always a believer that if somebody's interested, we can try and move things forwards. But the piece of the focus that we need to work with is the fact that this works. we all buy fridges. You know, there are so many other opportunities potentially for us to work together to be able to come together to make a bigger difference.
Excellent, thank you. And we're going to come on later to where there are other opportunities that we might be able to work more closely. But I'm going to come to you, Graham, next. I'm not sure if everyone in the room fully understands how Solid Fund operates. I wondered if you could just give a little potted...
Sure, yeah. It's a really complicated system. It takes an enormous amount of intelligence and time to understand it. So what happens is that people sign up to become a member of Solid Fund, and they can do that through our website. There's some cards on the tables where you can do that. If you're not already a member, there you go, there's a QR code up there, so you can do that now. You set up a direct debit with us. Takes, I don't know, 2 minutes. You can choose how much money you want to contribute into that common pot, starting from around about £1 a week. Some people pay more, some people pay £1 a week. That's absolutely fine. And then you become a member, and you can decide democratically, along with all the other members, about which projects we support. That all happens online through the worker-owned Lumiere platform. So people come to us with proposals, and I can give you some examples of those. And they make a case, and our members scrutinise that proposition, ask really searching questions, and then they make a decision. They take a vote as to whether that project's going to be funded or not. And then we write a cheque, essentially. And that's how it works. And then we move on to the next one. So we've been going since, I think, 2014. I think I've only been involved in it since about 2018.
And how many do you have contributing every week
people,
or every month? Or, yeah.
It's about 400 odd, something like that at the moment. It's been fluctuating a bit. We want many, many more people to join us, and we want organisations to become members as well and support us. Over the lifetime of the organisation, I think we've raised about £400,000. I mean, this is little bits of money that people don't miss. £1 a week is, you don't notice that it's not there. But it's £400,000. We've been able to give out about 200 odd of that, 250,000, I think, something like that. So in chunks of money that can make a real transformative difference. So it's not like giving a grant. There's no complex application process. There's no wise sage stroking their chin about the situation. It's a democratic decision-making process, and there's no sort of evaluation process. Did it work? Did it not work? We're not really interested in that. We're interested in making interventions quickly and effectively. So, for example, we're in Birmingham. We've just been hearing about the problems with the Sturchley development project. One of the worker cooperatives there, called Loaf, which is a bakery, fantastic business, been really successful for years. They got caught up in this construction delay, so they had to give notice and move out of their previous premises, and they're now in limbo, waiting to move into this new place, and they can't trade effectively while they're homeless. So they came to Solid Fund and said, okay, well, we need some money to support our payroll while this transition goes on. And our members liked the proposition, and we gave them 15 grand. And then we move on to the next one. So it's like that. It's very, very simple, and it's about converting vague notions of solidarity and support for the cooperative movement into practical action, very, very simply. So if you're not a member, do it now.
Absolutely. And last night at the International Supper, Debbie Robinson was talking about if every co-op in the UK, globally, all gave €1, gave £1, what difference that could actually make. And this is, in some ways, this is that exact way of working. Do you think Solid Fund could be replicated, and that it's something that we could look at in different areas like tech or whatever it might be?
It could very easily be replicated. I mean, we're Tim and ICOF look after our money for us, so we don't even have to worry about the bank account in that sense. They deal with that bit for us. We're an unincorporated association. we and ah about whether we should become a registered cooperative or not, and we might do that in the future, depending on what we decide we want to do with the thing. But for now, it's very lightweight. It could easily be replicated globally in other countries, and we're just about to sort of open ourselves up to international support as well, so people from outside the UK can be part of what we're doing. But I mean, in terms of scale, you know, we really want to grow the thing. It's absolutely crucial that we get bigger, because the challenges that we face are getting bigger, the bills are getting bigger, you know, and we want to, there's always been an ambition within Solid Fund that we want to be able to do big things, and that means having big pots of money. But it's very easy to collect those big pots of money if people sign up and support. And, you know, again, looking at that Sturchley project, fantastic project, probably, I mean, I'd say arguably the most important cooperative project in the UK today, and it's struggling because of this awkward situation that they find themselves in. Solid Fund would like nothing better than to say, here's a couple of £1 million to solve your problem. You know, if we had the money, we'd do that tomorrow. I can absolutely guarantee that. But we're not big enough to do that yet. So we need to grow. We need to get that scale.
But as a concept, it's absolutely something that globally we should be able to do, isn't it? Great. Tim, if I come to you, because we've talked already about pooling resources, pooling technical expertise, buying power. You're going to talk to us a little bit, like we know that Community Shares ICOF, you're the pinnacle of Principle 6. You've been doing it for such a long time. The Booster programme in particular, it was really, it was innovative at the beginning, when that all started with Co-ops UK and Power to Change and the other partners. How do you see now, using Principle 6, there's going to be a new vehicle for Booster, which you can talk about. How do you see that collaborating with those other organisations is actually going to make a difference in terms of the use of community shares in the UK?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, to give a little bit of, sort of potted history, I suppose. So, community shares, ICOF was set up to support community share offers and to make some investments into community share offers. And then Co-ops UK later on sort of managed to get some funding, some grant funding to then do the same thing and create Booster. So they created this sort of £5 million pot to do that, and delivered very successfully. Sort of in collaboration really with Plunkett UK and locality, and sort of through those networks, and sort of us as sort of Community Shares ICOF sort of sat in the background and did our normal sort of co-op and community finance stuff of getting money out and lending to people, but that was always sort of ticking along in the background. And then there came an opportunity for us to be able to go and get some more grant money then to make some more investments. And at that stage it was then, we really started to talk to Co-ops UK more and said, this seems a bit daft. We've got a little bit of money, you've got some money, making similar investments. So let's go together and let's collaborate and have that partnership. So we've had that. We had some money through the what's called the Access Foundation, and we've through the Booster program. Sorry about all these different names for everything, but effectively we've been investing money in lots of different sort of programs, from community hubs, King's Heath here in Birmingham, sort of supported their community centre, invested in that more recently, to pubs, to community energy programs, and there's quite a breadth there. And now we've got the opportunity again to sort of move forward and to try and access more funding to be able to keep this going. And I think it sort of came at this time that we said, okay, so there's this sort of community shares unit, which is this sort of partnership between locality, Plunkett and Co-ops UK, but you know, let's sort of bring that all together. So that's what we've sort of done recently. So keep sort of saying a merger. I mean, it's not a merger, so it's not technically a merger, but it's become a collaboration of those sort of 4 organisations that have said, okay, let's move forward with Community Shares ICOF as the vehicle. So the money that sits with sort of Co-ops UK in Booster now that is invested, when that investment comes back, so when we're able to withdraw that investment, that will come into this pot, and we'll be able to invest it and keep investing in new share offers. Which is really quite exciting. I mean, the booster pot, I think, is roughly around sort of 5 million. We've got about £1 million at sort of Community Shares ICOF. So now this collaboration is moving forward, and we're just sort of tying off the sort of memorandum of understanding at the moment between the groups. But we signed off the rules last week, at our AGM. So that's fantastic. So that's something that we can really move forward with and become the entity for investment into the market, which I think is it's really a great thing, and really a great thing to have all those sort of organisations involved and actually just secure that, I think, relationship with Co-ops UK and that investment vehicle. They don't want it sitting on their balance sheet necessarily, so that's something that that we've long sort of talked about and making that shift. But I think it's it will be a really exciting time moving forward as having that one new investment vehicle and what we can do with that and what we can offer and sort of bring in collaboratively. Yeah.
And I guess in a similar way to what I said to Ollie, sometimes when you're with organisations that are maybe going for the same pots of funding, doing similar things, it can be quite easy to go it alone. You feel, so this is kind of a change in that, and it's very much around kind of better and stronger together, going for some potentially future funding that might be able to fund Booster. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, I think I think we got to the point where it just seemed a bit daft that we were potentially going for the same pot of money, and let's just come together and move that forward. And what we've done, and I think. But as I said, I think there will be other opportunities then to do that. I mean, Principle 6 for us as an organisation has always been very important. Whether we're trying to get somebody to work with in the media or whoever, things that we're buying in, Principle 6 is always important to us. So we always look to co-ops first. And then, if that's not possible within what we want, then we sort of look at, other values-driven organisations, and I think that's imperative, and that's always been in our DNA, really, to do that and to work with other co-ops.
Maybe that's the takeaway. It's daft not to do this.
It
doesn't make any sense not to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, Lev, I'll come to you. So if you could give us a little bit more information again about CDS, and what becomes possible when housing groups pool investment and ownership, and what difference that actually makes to them as tenants and in their communities.
Yeah, so I think there's many ways to approach this, but one of the ways that I've been working in kind of supporting new community-led and cooperative housing projects, and very often they are, as we heard in the last panel, volunteer-led, setting up one-off small projects, and they often really struggle to get those off the ground, and it takes a long time to do, and so on. So we thought we could kind of be moving a bit beyond that and thinking, as was kind of alluded to, something more like a professional, I wouldn't say developer, but asset owner. So rather than having assets locked up in individual projects, having those collectivized across multiple projects. I think the benefit of that is scale, really, and I think it means that the two layers of the kind of individual co-ops control the day-to-day, and if you think about it, a lot of the people who want to form groups, and yeah, there's a handy little diagram, a lot of the groups who want to form community-led housing, want to live in community-led housing, they're interested in that lived experience. Can they control their own home? Do they have their own security? Can they decide who gets to live there, and so on? And that that tends to happen quite well at a small scale, because you get that sort of interpersonal relationship, you get the community, you get that sense of belonging. Whereas the question of raising finance effectively and on much better terms than those individual projects can raise happens better once you've got kind of greater scale. So the idea is to kind of separate that those responsibilities onto two levels. So it kind of gives individual autonomy over the things that kind of matter most to the way people want to live, whilst kind of having the asset ownership and the financial arrangements at that slightly more secondary professional level. And the benefit is, yeah, ideally to both attract finance on better terms as this thing scales. It's still very much quite at the sort of early stages, but also allows those individual assets to kind of feed into future projects, which is something that tends not to happen particularly well when you have isolated, autonomous individual co-ops that own their own assets. They tend to, I'm going to say, sit on them, and there's various reasons for that. I think we're talking about fully mutual housing cooperatives. They've got their own day-to-day lives to live, and they're not financial experts. Many of the ones that have been set up in the sort of 70s, 80s, 90s have paid off their mortgages and they're sitting on the assets. Some even have, money accumulating in their reserves and don't really know what to do with those. And we've seen a couple of examples of peer-to-peer lending, so one co-op lending to another, but they struggle to make those kind of decisions at the scale of, we're talking about a bunch of residents. They're not large organisations dealing with that. So the idea is that is, as I said, collectivised at the kind of secondary level.
In terms of those housing co-ops that you were just talking about, that maybe are smaller, don't have that scale, do maybe struggle to make some of those decisions about what to do with their assets. Is it, in terms of what you've done, do you think that's something that could be done across the movement in terms of educating, offering those kind of solutions to other housing co-ops so that they can, it's not just about trading with other co-ops, it's about enabling new co-ops into the future, actually enabling some of that scale that you're talking about. And similar to what Graham was saying, kind of it's a culture of solidarity with other cooperatives, and surely that's a way where we can help to double the co-op economy. Do you think it's something that collectively we should be able to do as a movement, using housing as an example?
My expertise is not so much outside of the housing sector, and I think there's some kinds of businesses that, I mean, housing is one of those where it is quite asset heavy and you need quite a lot of money to make it happen. That might not be the case with all movements. I think with Solid Fund, that sounds like a great initiative, doing something similar really, but I think with housing, just the entry cost is a lot higher if you're talking about ownership. I imagine there are obviously much bigger co-ops around, and if they were to invest in this, I mean, the way we've kind of crafted that model is to be quite flexible in the kinds of investment that can go into it. And we're targeting mainly focused on the private rented sector, but a more, I guess, social purpose, non-profit cooperative version of that. It could work for social housing as well, but there's kind of additional regulations around that. But I think there's an ability there for individual residents to invest in the organisation. There are members of the public who can invest. We've also got a partnership with so the Collective Ownership Society is a cooperative society, but also we've got a relationship with a community benefit society who can raise community shares as another way of investing in it. So the idea is it can pool in investment from all sorts of different places, and also we've designed it so that the rents that people pay are directly linked to the cost of capital. So it means you know, that if you're able to get more favourable investment or even grants, rents can start lower, but also, as I've said, they don't have to follow the market rent. So over time, they become more affordable even without kind of starting off as formal affordable housing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So before we open to questions from the floor, I just wanted to ask, what we've been talking about here is about infrastructure really across the movement so that co-ops are actually able to do this. Just a question to anyone who wants to answer it, but what kinds of infrastructure do you think are missing at the moment to actually enable that to happen better or on a bigger scale? Yeah.
I mean, I think, I mean, you know, funny, you were just sort of saying that. I mean, so you know, the Booster programme is supporting that organisation that is looking to do the share offers to input into the collective ownership. And, you know, so I think there's some Principle 6 there already going on, and we're trying to access some funding for them to sort of do that also on sort of top of that. So I think that spreads across. I think the thing that I sort of failed to mention really is co-op development and co-op practitioners, and I know we've talked about it in other, you know, in other rooms today and sort of yesterday around, I mean, not necessarily infrastructure, but I think it's so important that, you know, the co-op development practitioners sector is, you know, is supported, and we can support that because, you know, that is the real Principle 6. I mean, through what we're doing, you know, with the Booster programme, you know, we make sure, you know, that when we're talking to our funders that there's grants in there so that then, you know, we can support groups, but also the co-op developers to develop those groups and support those community groups to, you know, to do the share offers. And that's such an important element of it. And I think for us, without co-op development practitioners, we're really stuck.
Yeah.
I'd probably just add, I think one of the things being relatively new to the cooperative movement is the warmth of the personalities, and events like this bring people together, and the conversations are so rich, and it's about relationships and people, and I don't think we should lose that. And, you know, just, you know, I'm really enjoying this because when I first came to the movement, events like this, meeting you, having the teams that do such an incredible job pulling this together, that is so very important to who we are and what we do. And I think the more time we spend together, the more good we can do together, frankly. It's great being on teams, don't get me wrong, but it is really important, I think, for us to focus on what we can agree on, share our thoughts, be transparent, and go, oh, actually, that's a great idea. Obviously within the bounds of what we should be doing, clearly. But I do think it's really important that we've got a shared mission, we know what we want to do, but again, coming back to let's focus on what we can do in the short, medium, and long term.
Yeah, and I'll go on. Graham, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say on the infrastructure question, it's less about infrastructure, I think, it's more about mindset. I think, for me anyway, yeah, we have a cooperative movement which tends, I mean, it's a very old saying, isn't it? It's not very cooperative and it doesn't move very much. And I think that we need to try and break out of that and be more open to innovation and open to taking a bit of risk. You know, because if you can take risk, and we've been talking here about how you might mutualise some of that risk and reduce it, and spread it a bit more thinly, which gives us opportunities to go a little bit further out, perhaps, and have a more entrepreneurial mindset, really, about how we approach stuff. I think, you know, there's clearly an ambition to grow this movement, and actually, rather than sort of knocking on the door of number 10, trying to scrape a few bob together out of government, you know, we're the ones that we're waiting for to make that happen. So, you know, we know how to do it.
Yeah.
So let's crack on.
So to end positively, what do you think are the main opportunities for the movement? So within the examples that you've given, what are the kind of untapped opportunities that that cooperatives could actually do to work together across the movement?
I'll go first. I think we need to celebrate what we're doing today. The examples that we've heard today with the panel really demonstrate that you can make a difference. And one of the things that's really important is giving it a crack. We've got the relationships, we've got the knowledge, our philosophy is right. It's about bringing the people together, for me, the right people in the right room at the right time to make the right decisions. And I'll come back to the point earlier, a thought is just a thought without action. And we need to be focusing on the action. I certainly can believe, with the amazing work that we did on the electricity side of things, not only is it better for the environment, we're saving money and we're doing more good. Yeah, that can be applied to so many more elements that we have. And I'm really buoyed by the time that some of the retail cooperatives have spent time together, because we all buy fridges. Yeah, there are ways in which potentially we can come together to buy things that saves us money, that is better for the environment, that enables us to either invest more in our communities or look to do more good with our colleagues who do such an incredible job day to day. So I think there's absolutely opportunity. I'm really buoyed by it, but just, it's all about grit, isn't it? You know, let's focus on what we can control.
Yeah, great. Graham?
I think it's about aspiration, isn't it? And the intent. And, you know, we're scratching the surface really about what we can do, I think. For me, it was sort of emblematic, really, that this session about Principle 6 is right at the end of day 2, and perhaps it should be right at the beginning of day 1, because it's sort of foundational stuff. And, you know, we should be having conferences that talk about, that focus on how we collaborate, how we can extend that collaboration and be more successful through it.
Agreed. Nev? You could use housing as an example, but you don't have.
I mean, I think I mentioned already, your question was about opportunities for further collaboration, and it is kind of baffling, but also understandable when, you know, when we work with the established co-ops, that they are sitting on these assets and they don't move. And you know, you can characterize it in a certain way, and I think if you're outside of it, you think, well, why are they just sitting on this and not either using it for their own growth or lending it to others, providing to others to grow? And I think it's just a sort of, the main reason is just a lack of knowledge, and that's not what they're set up to do. So they're different to, I guess, the big housing associations, because they are run by the residents, mostly social housing tenants who have their own lives, their own day jobs, and so it's somewhat understandable. And I think what we've lacked maybe is the ability to engage in that. I think sometimes you get startup groups asking for money, and it kind of comes somewhat abruptly, and the established co-ops don't really know what to make of that. And I think some of it is they don't even have a sense of long-term business plan of their own, and you know, how much money do they need to hold? What is a safe amount that they could refinance, for example? They're not thinking about that. You know, what do they need to set aside for their own kind of long-term management and maintenance and so on, major works, etc. And I think so they need a bit of support to do that, and I think that doesn't exist hugely at the moment. So there's kind of, it is a little bit co-op development. It's the technical support in their particular area that will help them kind of see those opportunities and kind of see that they might be investing in other things as well.
Yeah, and I guess that takes us right back to what you said at the beginning, isn't it, Anya, about making sure that you've got the right people getting the right advice at the right time to be able to make the right decisions to take things forward.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, honestly, I do know a bunch of community benefit society that would love to be able to install solar panels on housing co-ops and sell through PPAs and on-site billing energy directly over to them, and making sure that kind of the circle keeps going locally. And also to echo Ollie, I think that we do need action. We have the network, we have the infrastructures, we have projects and very great minds and big objectives. And we should probably try also, not just within the co-ops, but co-ops and community benefit society, which already there are projects bridging the two sectors, but really trying to find a couple of projects to give us a quick and a long-term win.
Yeah. Thank you. Do you have anything else to add, Tim?
No, just echo that really, and I think ambition is something we need to do, and just sometimes we just need to check ourselves, and it wasn't necessarily easy, I mean the Booster and Co-ops UK and there's a sort of partnership involved there, they'd managed to raise £5 million, and they'd invested it and all the rest of it, so there was some feeling there that okay we're letting that go almost, but we got there, and it's so important that we do. So sometimes, we just have to go through those challenges.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you, all of you. It's been great to hear all of your examples. Are there any questions? Oh.
I have a question. I just want to share with you something which has been on my mind about 2 years ago. So I work in Hackney in London. My name's Douglas, and I'm a co-op developer. And I just need your help here. Housing co-ops in London, 268. Okay? Unallocated reserves. This is not reserves allocated for housing maintenance. This is just money sitting in a bank account, or 268 bank accounts. 229,529,540 pounds and 16 pence.
It's so big you can't read it.
It's so big I can barely get to it. I mean, 217 million pounds. And we're saying, oh, well, they don't really understand. Come on, guys, help me as a co-op developer to at least, I don't want to spend this money personally. I mean, we want to build, we have a housing crisis in London. And it just seems to me, oh, mate, what are we doing? So, please just advise me a little bit on this. And I know I'm being a bit challenging, but that's Doug, that's how I am.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think one of the things is what we're trying to do with collective ownership is to kind of embed that into the structure. And I think the way a lot of those housing co-ops were set up back in the day, it was assumed that cooperation amongst co-ops would just naturally happen. And for one reason or another, I don't think it's necessarily ill will. I think it is, probably more lack of knowledge, lack of knowing how to do it, what to do, what is a good investment, what isn't, and so on, that probably limits it. But I think that's the idea. If we set up the structures right, and I wish we'd done it earlier, there is the capacity for those organisations to say, let's transfer their assets or even lend money into this vehicle. So in a way, it removes the decision-making around how those free reserves might be used into a kind of centralised body that kind of has more professional knowledge and experience in how to invest it and which properties to buy and all that stuff. But yeah, I think that just in my experience, that is probably, I think we have to build something that works first before they kind of feel safe in investing in something like that. They are very cautious, very risk averse. And again, I think that's explained because most of them have come from a position of housing precarity. They probably, some of them will have experienced homelessness, whatever, but that was 30 years ago or whatever. So.
Yeah. And I was at the CCH conference last year, and they were certainly talking about this in November. I don't think Jane's here anymore. But yeah, so it's, you're right to challenge. And sometimes I think when we don't challenge, we're never going to be able to have some of these difficult conversations. And we talk a lot about being custodians of the future cooperative movement. And I think that's something to bring out through Principle 6 as well. But it's not just about what we've got now, it's about what we want into the future as well and for future members. And so I think it's quite important that you do challenge on things like this, because otherwise we're just going to stand still. I know that Sean had a question, but I don't know whether he's got the... Oh, sorry. Okay. And then Sean.
Hi there. Always inspiring, and I'm interested to hear about co-op collaboration. Our co-op in the last 10 years, and we tried very hard to do it. Probably got half a dozen away, something like that, as part of the CoTech network that we helped to set up. And sometimes setting up the sorts of projects that I had in mind there, or you've been speaking about today, can seem a very long way away or a hard step for people listening and thinking, oh my God, I don't know anyone at the co-op, how am I going to get this started? But another great way to support the cooperative movement is buy co-op goods and services. As a business, as an individual, if I need to buy some coffee, I try to buy co-op coffee. If I need to buy a bottle of wine, I try to buy a co-op produced and sold bottle of wine. If I work, we didn't have an office. If we did, we would try to get cleaning services from a co-op that does the cleaning services. That's something that we could all much more consistently do. So my ask would be, if you're buying things, think, can a co-op do this? If you work somewhere where it's someone else's job in the procurement department, go and stick a post-it note on their monitor that says, can a co-op do what you're buying? That's the easiest and most within our own control lever that we can pull to grow the co-op movement and to strengthen each other's businesses.
Yeah, great, 100%. Ollie, I know we've talked about member first. Well, we talk about that at Co-ops UK, but co-op first. Is that a policy that you have at East of England wherever possible? Or?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So just for context, East of England Co-op, so we're about 3,000 strong, 200 stores across food, funeral, travel, secure. So if anybody needs any secure business, we're absolutely that, just coming back to the point of promoting one another. It's really important to us that we support everybody in our community in regards to what we do and how we do it. And to that point exactly, we should. Our caterers, for example, didn't used to buy the food from the co-op. We had a chat with them, now they buy it all from us. It's not necessarily the hard thing to do. I love the idea of challenge. We need robustness, we need transparency, and the difference between kind and nice is very different. We can all be nice, but sometimes we need to be kind to one another about the difference that it makes. I can tell you I've spent some time with the youth that we've got coming through, and I'm buoyed by that because they've got an absolute appetite for change. And it's so wonderfully exciting. It's contagious. I would question, we've agreed on this a lot. It's all about why not rather than why.
Yeah.
It's a growth mindset rather than a fixed mindset. It's all about doing rather than talking. And there's a great parallel for those of you who were in a workshop with me, and I pinched it from the people at Mackenzie. It's simple as stop, start, continue. If you apply that to everything, we'll be really, really clear about what we have to do. And I'll say it again, stop, start, continue. It's where we need to be.
Thank you. Okay, John?
Yeah, so following on the dormant reserves, why stop there? Why with this collective ownership model, let's pool the entire movement's assets and then lease back to individual autonomous cooperatives related to the cost of capital. Brilliant. We unlock, so we should take it way beyond housing. We should do the whole movement that way. No?
Why not? Why don't we agree that today? Anyone have any comments on that? It's quite a big old...
Well, why not? It's about thinking outside the box, isn't it? And being able to have that sort of vision and develop it. There's nothing wrong with that idea. Obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done between idea and execution, but there's nothing theoretically, sort of panic-stricken about it, or that's going to make it fail out of the box. We're sitting on vast amounts of wealth that have been built over generations. I mean, you talk about the housing co-ops having a couple $100 million in the bank. The credit unions have probably got more. The big retail societies might have even more in terms of bricks and mortar asset. I don't know. And then you can move on to the mutual financial sector. It gets bigger and bigger. So there's plenty of stuff there. It's about mobilising it and about building those relationships and trust so that you can do that stuff in a relatively safe way, so that the whole thing doesn't come tumbling down on itself.
Absolutely. I think we've got time for one very short question, Alice.
Yeah, just kind of building on. yeah, just building on the challenge, I guess, and one of the things that I've noticed is that a lot, the retail societies will kind of do fundraising in store or donate to local charities. And I think the thing that I'm always saying is actually if that, you know, I think several thousands of pounds, you know, were donated last year by one retail society to some charities. And so I think there's a thing around, you know, if it is Principle 6, can those retail societies focus fundraising efforts on cooperatives, and, you know, if there are partnerships to be made with, you know, local organisations, can co-ops be prioritised? So I think, you know, the fundraising and the efforts in store are amazing, and I think that's so amazing how much money is raised, and obviously, you know, a lot of passion from the colleagues that work in the stores, but yeah, just prioritise co-ops for that money.
Yeah, 100%. Well, thank you, everyone on the panel. I think that's been, you know, yes, we should probably have done it at the beginning. We thought it was so important. It would be the thing that kept people here until the end of Congress. So I think we've done quite well by having quite a few people in the room for this. And it very much comes back to, you know, Principle 6. It's not just a principle to admire and talk about every now and again. It's actually something that we do need to take action on. And Co-ops UK, you know, our strategy next year, it's very much a strategy for growth. And Principle 6, and a lot of what we've been talking about today is absolutely that. So I want to thank Anya, Ollie, Graham, Lev, and Tim. We're almost there, so almost the end of Co-op Congress, but I want to invite our chair, Cheryl Barrett, onto the stage to say a few words. I don't know. I think just stay.
Well, congratulations all. We've made it to the end. And the ones who were dancing till 4:30 last night, even more kudos. And what a congress it's been. Over the past 2 days, we've heard powerful ideas, honest conversations, and inspiring examples of cooperation in action. We began with Tony Welsh. Can you remember that? It seems a long time ago, reminding us that cooperation is a beautiful idea, but also a practical one. An idea built by people who refused to accept that things had to stay as they were, people who chose to organise, to share power, and to build something better together. And I think PIP is something we might want to do now for that very same spirit. And that spirit has carried us through Congress. We've talked about collective power, trust, accountability, policy, technology, inclusive governance, creativity, young people, and the future of our movement. We've heard from cooperatives of all sizes and sectors, all united by a shared belief that ownership matters, voice matters, and business can be done differently. We've also heard an important signal from Government Rachel Blake MP, the Economic Secretary to the Treasury, and she announced that government will soon appoint a mutual and cooperative sector champion. And that matters. But it only matters if it helps to turn ambition into action. Just like the announcement that Congress cannot be about words, about conversations. No matter how important those conversations are, the real test is what we do next. What do we take back to our boards, our workplaces, our members, our communities? What do we change because of what we've heard? What do we start, strengthen, challenge, or build? Cooperation asks us to listen, but also to act. It asks us to share power, not just talk about it. It asks us to turn ideas into decisions and conversations into change. So I hope everyone leaves Congress not only inspired, but ready to make cooperation more visible, ready to grow our movement with confidence, ready to support each other, and when things are difficult, ready to prove again and again that when people come together, they can change things. I'd like to thank Rose and the whole team at Co-operatives UK for their energy and expertise and dedication. And I want to thank you, all our members, because you're the reason Cooperatives UK exists. And I want to thank everyone who's made this Co-op Congress possible, our speakers, sponsors, exhibitors, staff, volunteers, and the board for their love, care and stewardship, and every person who's joined the conversations over the past 2 days. So as I close Co-op Congress 2026, I do so with a full heart and a real belief in what comes next. This movement is not just an idea. It's people, places, relationships, businesses and communities, all proving that another way is possible. So thank you. It's been a great privilege to be with you for my last Congress as chair, and I really look forward to what this beautiful movement does next and being part of it with all of you lovely co-op people. Thank you.
So on that note, it is indeed Cheryl's last Congress as our chair, but as she keeps reminding me, she is not leaving the movement, so we hope to see her again. And to mark this moment, I just want to say on behalf of all of us at Co-ops UK, Cheryl, thank you for your leadership, your support, your guidance, your friendship, not just to us but to this movement. Thank you so much, Cheryl.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. See you next year with the new chair.